Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone and a very warm good morning to all. My name is Low and I am your host for this morning. Well, ladies and gentlemen, respective guests, thank you to all for joining in this virtual event of I2E Industry, Institution Engagement and Educators Summit 2021. With a theme of a way forward of electronic industry in digital era, starting today, 27th of October to 28th of October 2021. Well, this prestige event is fully organized by Mara Japan Industrial Institute Selangor, Malaysia, and in collaboration with TNB Integrated Learning Solution, ILSAS, Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, IEEE, Colombo Plant Staff College, CPSC, Asia Pacific Accreditations and Certification Commission, APACC, and Malaysia IoT Association, MyIoTA. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I2E gathers educators from local and international learning institutions and related industries to share knowledge on electrical and electronics and also the ICT. Well, this is an exclusive event whereby all decision makers, educators, industry experts, and academicians share knowledge in order to obtain information of technologies on the current and the future needs. Well, ladies and gentlemen, a prayer is a must in order to achieve a blessing and victory. So let us begin our event by seeking the blessing from God Almighty with a prayer recitation. With this, I would like to invite Dr. Cairo Ashraf bin Hassan to say the prayer.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma inna duha'a duha'uk, wal baha'a baha'uk, wal jamala jamaluk, wal quwwata quwwatuk, wal qudrata qudratuk. Allahumma in kana rizqina fis sama'i fa'anzilhu, wa in kana fil ardi fa'akhrijhu, wa in kana ba'ida faqarribhu, wa in kana mu'siran fayassirhu, wa in kana haraman fatahhirhu. Allahumma atina ma ataita bi ibadika as-salihin. Allahumma inna nas'aluka ridhaka wal jannah wa na'udzu bika min sakhatika wan nar. اللهم إنك عفو كريم تحب العفو فاعف عنا وعن والدينا وعن جميع المسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم اغفر لنا ذنوبنا ولوالدينا وارحمهما كما ربيانا صغارا. اللهم افتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا من خزائن رحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين. ربنا عليك توكلنا وإليك أنبنا وإليك المصير. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وقنا عذاب النار وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين. تقبل الله منكم.
Amin, Amin, Ya Rabbil Alameen. Thank you, Dr. Karo Ashraf, for the prayer recitation just now. And we hope that this event will run smoothly and also receive full blessing from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Ladies and gentlemen, to welcome everyone to this event, allow me to raise up the curtain by inviting our Deputy Director General Education of MARA, Mr. Razlan bin Haji Samsuri, for his welcoming remarks.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to all participants and welcome to Industry Institution Engagement and Educators Summit I2East 2021. Distinguished speaker, Mr. Vikram Singhe, Director General of the Colombo Plan Staff College and also the President of Asia Pacific Accreditation and Certification Commission APAC, Honorable keynote and plenary speakers from international and local institutions, representatives from APAC-affiliated institutions, industries representatives, distinguished academicians, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to congratulate MARA Japan Industrial Institute MJII Branang for hosting this event. I am pleased today because we are witnessing an event that many key players from various industries and education sectors of different backgrounds are joining this event. And for this, I would like to welcome to all of you. As I2East 2021 aims to be a platform to foster a better relationship and collaborative efforts between the industry and the education field, we sincerely hope that this platform will successfully bring out the best from each participant. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme Way Forward of Electronic Industry in Digital Era is to inculcate knowledge transfer and share new technologies, especially in the electrical and electronic engineering and ICT world. There will be several sharing sessions which I hope we can learn and be abreast of the latest information on current and future industry needs, especially in facing the challenges and empowering the country's TVET education while adapting to new and emerging technologies. This will further assert the importance of creating opportunities for more industry-academia collaborations in the field of E&E and ICT from both in and outside the country. Dear fellow scholars, to date, MARA education programs range from secondary education to tertiary education, including TVET education. Our tertiary education offers various programs from certificate level, diploma, and bachelor up to doctorate level. With the rapid development in nation building through industrialization, MARA is taking its role seriously in putting its TVET-based education as one of the main focus of MARA education system today. There are 231 institution centers in Malaysia that include TVETMARA, MARA Vocational Institute, MARA Higher Vocational College, MARA Japan Industrial Institute, German Malaysian Institute, University of Kuala Lumpur, each with their own niche area that focuses on producing skilled human capitals. Ladies and gentlemen, MARA Japan Industrial Institute is one of MARA TVET institutions that specializes in electronic engineering. As one of the specialist electronic centers of MARA, MJII has worked closely with various local and international academic institutions and related industries such as National Instrument, Microtech, Latvia, Siemens, Festo, Techmark, KUKA, Microsoft, and etc. All these collaborative efforts are important to ensure all the academic practices correspond to the needs of industries. thus producing highly skilled, competitive, and marketable graduates that could excel in professional workplace and their future endeavors. I strongly believe by holding dialogues and sharing ideas such an event like this, many great ideas can be put into practice in the near future. The world of electronic engineering and ICT combined will definitely create unimaginable new inventions and career opportunities for those who dare to take the challenge. We never know what post-pandemic potential challenges would hold for our future. So I urge all of you to dream big, to think the unimaginable. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my greatest expectation to see all of our efforts and knowledge sharing during this I2E 2021 will benefit and contribute tremendously to the development of our global industrialization. I sincerely hope this event will inspire more MJII international dialogue in the future, for we should never stand alone if we want to go global. With that, I would like to thank you again to the speaker, participant and representative for joining with us in this event. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Razlan, for the remarkable welcoming speech. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let us go for the commercial break before we start with our next agenda. Welcome back. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let us move on with the next agenda, which is an officiating address from the Director General, Colombo Plant Staff College, CPSC, and he is also the President of Asia Pacific Accreditations and Certification Commission, APACC, from Manila, Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor JLD Wickramasinghe with his speech.
Mr. Rizlan Samsuri, Deputy Director General for Education, MARA Institutions, Mrs. Srina Idris, Director of MARA Japan Industrial Institute, keynote and plenary speakers from local and international institutions, directors and educators of all the MARA institutions, industry representatives, co-organizers and sponsors, distinguished invitees, fellow academics, ladies and gentlemen, good morning everyone. Firstly, let me express my sincere appreciation for the honor I have been given to officiate the inaugural ceremony of the Industrial Institution Engagement and Educators Summit 2021 with the theme Way Forward of Electronics Industry in Digital Era. I would like to take this opportunity to express my appreciation for the efforts of MJII in collaboration with its partners in successfully gathering such an eminent group of policymakers, industry leaders, and academics today. It requires a great effort to bring all these professionals around the region together to share knowledge, experience, and best practices in industry and academia. The main objective of this summit is on how the educational and capacity building sectors align with the fourth industrial revolution or 4-year agenda, with a special focus on electrical, electronic, and ICT related sectors, with enhanced industry academia collaboration. I trust that this summit will serve as a good platform for information exchange among the policymakers, industrialists, and academia from both the public and private sectors on how electrical, electronics, and ICT education align on the 4IR challenges. Towards this goal, the need to have strengthened collaboration between all the stakeholders is becoming more important than ever. So therefore, I would like to request everyone here to use this platform to discuss issues, challenges, and draw recommendations toward the implementation of 4IR in education with special reference to electrical, electronics, and the ICT sectors, which is the main theme of this symposium. So ladies and gentlemen, so much has been written and discussed about 4IR from a number of policymakers, academics, researchers in different conferences and forums. So therefore, I believe this information are readily available through publication, both printed and online, and perhaps have been read and studied by most of us beforehand. So basically, we all know that 4IR is the information-intensive transformation of manufacturing and service industries in a connected environment of big data, people, processes, services, and systems that are characterized by bridging of physical and industrial assets and digital technologies in so-called cyber physical systems. Most, if not all, may be aware that 4IR is not just about these technologies. Because if we only concentrate on technologies, there may be a lot of issues. As an example, I remember when a firm that I worked earlier implemented ERP systems. But the marketing and merchandisers were not ready for that one, and they were not able to cope up with the system. So then most of the people resigned, and the implementation, even though the initiative was very good, the implementation part, it failed. So therefore, the impact of this 4IR to education, society, other industries, and workers also need to be looked into and addressed. One example is how to handle major challenges associated with 4IR, such as collaboration between man and machine. Because the people should understand the technology as well as how to operate that one. And also the required skill sets of factory workers aims to all these challenges and inevitably the loss of jobs due to ongoing automation. So as educators, we have to address that part as well. How actually we handle this, mainly disruption due to this 4IR, not just implementing 4IR technologies in manufacturing and services sectors. So still, many of us feel that the human touch is not adequately emphasized in this 4IR, especially implementation stages. So therefore, academics and industrialists should focus on how challenges, or such challenges to manage the sustainability of the 4IR. That is very, very important, because in the planning part, we don't see all these. So if we ignore these critical, the factors, so that your implementation and the sustainability of this 4IR have a real challenge. And the other important one is any product or services or a firm, we have a life cycle. So same as the product or service life cycle or a firm life cycle. So 4IR has also its maturity cycle, and companies currently may be in different stages of that stage cycle. So an expert define 4 stages. I am sure you have gone through this team building, etc. There are stages. Same as that one, they define 4IR into 4 stages. Right? So that cycle, first one they defined as seeing cycle, seeing, understanding, preparing, and adapting stages. From the perspective of systems and machines, these stages correspond with respectively seeing. So that means you basically see what is happening in our industries and what do they do with this 4IR, etc. But you are not ready. So you basically, the second stage, you are trying to understand these 4IR. That is, you are basically gathering these data and analyze these data, and also you are trying to gather knowledge and how to adapt these 4IR into your stages. So you work with data in the second stage. So that is, you are trying to understand to fit these into your industry or your firm setup. The next one is preparing, because as in the management stages, it's very important you have to prepare, right? So as an example, for M's, man, machine, money, etc. So you have to prepare for that one. So in this stage, what will happen? You develop your systems, right? So maybe your technologies like AI, IoT, and your all these cloud systems, etc. And so what are the capabilities? Your capability should fit into that one, right? So this is very critical, because in this stage, you have to understand your capabilities, especially SWOT analysis. What are your strengths, right? What are your weaknesses? What are the opportunities there in your industry? And what are the threats? Right? Because sometimes if you don't do anything, what will happen? Because of the threats, because the other people, the competitors in the market will implement that one, and your capabilities will obsolete. So therefore, the last one, very important, the ultimate step of 4IR means strives for an autonomous reaction by autonomous machines within the self-optimizing Industry 4.0 system for systems. So we have already seen now some of the firms and sometimes countries also achieve that, close to that Industry 4.0 fourth stage as well. So the next one is in this seminar forum, we try to understand how we relate this electrical, electronic, and ICT, very important, right? And also the other disciplines, how we integrate into all these. As we all aware, 4IR impact all industries. So whether it's manufacturing or services or even education. So it disrupts into these education systems as well. Especially private sector institutions now adopt these new online platforms and distance learning into education, and they are doing very well. So therefore, as government and state organization, we have to raise our bars. So to remain relevant and competitive, so companies mainly need engineers who are skilled, creative, and innovative enough to create, implement, and manage and maintain these solutions and technologies and systems as the business moves forward. So that's very important because we have to adjust. So it's not static, stages in case of OIR. It's evolving. So therefore, that we need these engineers and the others as well, as I explained earlier. But in this forum, we concentrate mainly the engineering part. 4IR represent considerable opportunities for experienced, multidisciplinary and multi-skill engineers who aspire to become innovative and creative engineers. Very, very important. So in this 4IR, not like earlier civil engineers doing only civil engineering, electrical only electrical, manufacturing only manufacturing, chemical, etc. But now with this 4IR, especially with this automation and the computer-driven systems, so even engineers and doctors must aware about these computer systems and certain at least understanding the lower level of learning. So most of the 4IR initiatives evolved around electrical, electronics and ICT, regardless of the industry, whether it's automotive, manufacturing, medical practices, even services, and even supply chain and marketing, etc. So the infrastructure facilities are basically from feed from these electrical, electronics, and ICT. So therefore, all the industry should develop their technologies and education around this electrical, electronic, and ICT to meet the phase of the changes that bring the 4IR. Because I still remember when I did my MBA, so we learned that all the managers, all the engineers must be HR managers. Because not like earlier now, the engineers also should develop their fellow engineers, so their skills, soft skills, etc. So same as that one, the new motto should be, all the people should be ICT savvy people. So further, with 4IR, some jobs will become obsolete as 4IR technologies are further adopted by manufacturing companies. So on the other hand, the outlook for engineers is positive, as I explained earlier, since technologies will replace some jobs, but new specialization will be created along the way in many fields, more significantly in and around this electrical, electronics, ICT, and related multidisciplinary fields. So, even now, when you go to bank, not like earlier, there are no clerks, no people there to serve, right? Automated systems. So, therefore, EE and ICT should be incorporated across all the STEM and related educations, even marketing and management as well, or even supply chain, all the other areas, managements. So, as an example, an automotive engineers should know how to use the computer systems and electronics devices to service the even vehicle nowadays. Not like 10, 20 years back, no engine tune, etc. But now what you do, you plug your computer, so you have to understand it, right? You have to understand this computer software, how to use it, how to how to interpret actual data. So these are very, very critical in this phase of automation and 4IR. Even a doctor should know how to use the computer systems and operate electronic devices in the medical field. Right? You go to hospitals now, so all the devices are electronic devices, right? So what do you do now? The important part is doctor can get data, right? But very important, the interpretation part, right? How you interpret this data and how you even operate the machine, etc. So even the construction engineers and architects should know how to use the CAD systems and simulation to design infrastructures. So there are a lot of packages now coming for all these fields. So the background, as I mentioned earlier, basically this ICT, and then it's very important, embedded technology. So because ICT can't actually run without this platform, it's developed by the engineers. So manufacturers also, industries also are automated now, as all aware. So especially this 4IR have real impact on these manufacturing sectors. So we can all agree that all fields need basic understanding, application, and skill of electrical, electronic, ICT in this 4IR era. So the next critical question we have to ask, now we have participants from different countries, different industries, etc. So the challenge is that we have to address in this forum is how different nations and industries face this 4IR. We all agree that it's very good, it gives a lot of opportunities, advantages, but is it true? So that we have to address, because it's not true actually. because certain nations, especially their industries, etc., will be a big disruption because of this 4IR. So can all the countries, firms, and academic institutions even gathered here thrive with this 4IR? So I don't think so. The hard truth is that those who do not have the resources, capabilities, etc., to achieve these distinctive capabilities to face the challenges of 4IR will have a threat of obsolescence, even their existing core competencies. It's very, very important in strategic management, because you if you rely on your competencies, right? If you don't improve that one, raise that one to distinctive, so your competencies will be actually not strength, it become weaknesses, because other people will advance their competencies. So the 4IR has been affecting and will continue to change and reshape international competitiveness. Very important. So it will impact competitiveness at country and industry and firm levels, or even your functional level as well, right? So not only even firm level, even to your function level. Certain functions, as an example, accountants, now most of the, even HR managers, future, there may be no opportunities, no jobs for them, because all these areas will be automated and you will be able to operate it. So there are two opposing ways in which the 4IR could potentially affect the comparative advantage of nations. So on one hand, extreme connectivity facilitates the transfer of technology and therefore reduce the gap between countries in technology-based and knowledge-based comparative advantages. Actually, we have to go into that one. So at least in this, this part of the region, so we have to work together to share this knowledge and at least to get into that level. Because otherwise, what happens? Some countries will get disadvantaged because of these. The issue is, on the other hand, because of its well-developed infrastructure and pools of high-skilled workers, developed nations could take advantage of the 4IR in ways that emerging markets cannot, which lead to large gap of comparative advantage between these countries. So some countries will thrive with 4IR. Actually, we can see that during even this pandemic. So therefore, the gap we have to understand as academics, we have to understand this gap and actually we have to support. Because otherwise, this gap might create a lot of issues in the regional, the political and socio-economical factors. So that will perhaps impact for even developed countries as well. So extreme automation in the 4IR has the potential to take over low-cost labor and therefore make nations and firms which rely on them be less competitive. Right? Because some industries, this apparel especially, and certain industries rely on this low-cost labor. So if that competitive advantage, they lose that one, what happened? So the industries will move. So similarly, nations and firms that currently suffer from high labor cost could become more competitive by using automation. So this is good for developed countries because they have money, they have knowledge, they have skills, capabilities to implement this 4IR and automation. So then the earlier comparative advantage of some of the most countries, low labor cost, no longer there. So even we can adapt this automation in those countries and implement very easily. So it can be predicted that there will be serious skill migration around 4IR among the nations with the loss of competitiveness of the conventional industries. So if they lose their jobs, what will happen? They try to go, abroad, other countries, and we can predict that there may be huge skill migration. So therefore, it would be better to understand, standardize and accredit the programs that focus on 4IR at the very least, facilitating skill migration within the region. Because it's actually win-win. Because sometimes we know the developed countries, when they, go into the high level of 4IR, so you need skilled people. And the other one we have to address is the aging population in most of the countries in this region. Right? So those are huge problems. So therefore, even we have to support these 4IR initiatives, automation in this, especially these electrical, electronics, and ICT areas, to our, especially in these educational institutions. We have to share our knowledge, we have to share our expertise, our teachers, etc., at least to standardize this level, where they can go to developed countries and the other countries and at least get their, jobs and increase their economies. So some countries have already implemented 4IR and consequently become the leaders in the field of electronics, electrical and ICT automation, advanced manufacturing, advanced supply chains, even marketing, financing. All these areas they are now with the automation and 4IR strategies they develop into that level. The countries and companies that have developed 4IR got the early movers advantage. In management, we know. So any product, when you launch that one, you see there are a lot of the market there, a lot of demand, so they will be able to set higher price and they can get better margin, and also therefore they are growing their business further. So we can see now in this, especially this pandemic situation, COVID-19. So some firms, especially based on this ICT, right, and then internet, etc., businesses, they are growing, very fast. They also got an additional competitive advantage due to this COVID-19 pandemic, since they have already moved to automated manufacturing and online business that can operate in less labor-intensive setup. So you know that whether you have even labor, developing countries, the issue is with the COVID-19 pandemic, you are not able to utilize that low-cost labor as well. So now more than ever, its role in our lives is highlighted during the pandemic. So another critical issue related to 4IR is the ambiguity in incorporating these 4IR factors into formal strategic planning process. Right? Because if you go through this formal strategic planning, so you have to understand all these factors. What are your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities? Because some people actually can't understand these. What are the opportunities? What are the threats? Right? So therefore, most of the firms, big firms, what do? They switch into entrepreneurial mode. So they predict it, all hypotheses, prediction, simulation, they implement it. But some people, they don't understand these factors. So that is another advantage most of the countries as well as the firms, especially SMEs, etc., have. The developed firms have access to all this information nowadays. So therefore, countries and companies need to learn and understand the fundamental strategic factors at early stage within the implementation of 4IR to gather experience with the corresponding technologies. Because you can't actually understand this at the fourth stage, as we discussed earlier, right? So then it's too late, because your plan will fail because you are not able to implement most of the factors. So therefore, it's very important to understand these strategic factors. So the next one is how it impact our educational, industry. So I would say industry because it's also very, very critical now with 4IR implementation. So 4IR demands educational reforms in all stages of education. So we have to actually have a disruption in education as well. It happened because of COVID-19. So, but now post-COVID, we have to think this one very, very seriously, because otherwise, especially because of a lot of now private sector institutions coming into this, and those who have money to invest in these technologies, etc., will thrive in this era. So it has given new energy to educational transformation. So in recent years, educational experts recognize the profound impact that the frequent technological innovation in ICT are having on education, which some people call education 4.0, because they align these educational strategies with 4IR strategies, which is, I think, very, very important for any stages of education. Education 4.0 is the desired approach to learning that aligns itself with the emerging 4IR. For education to continue in producing successful graduates, it must prepare students for a world where these cyber physical systems are predominant across all the industries. So there is so much more to consider than the potential disruption in the hard skills required for various job roles. So 4IR will also have an impact on soft skills that students will need in the future. So this is very important, especially education. What are the 4IR skills? Because if you concentrate only on this technology, I know most of the technical, education colleges, universities, etc., they are very good in technical education. But the issue is when the student go to the industry, there is a big mismatch between these, what the industry need and what the colleges and universities doing. The output. So it allows us to be constantly connected, and as a result, job roles are steadily becoming more flexible and adaptable. By aligning teaching and learning methods with the skills needed in the future, education systems could transform to prepare students for the 4-year. So further, the COVID-19 pandemic created an opportunity to accelerate the need for 4-year education. So the pandemic has caused a deeper integration of technology into learning and teaching process and placed the students in the center of education process. Because now most of the students, they know how to go to internet, how to use these platforms, online platforms, etc., and learn. Right? They don't rely on conventional face-to-face lectures now. So when the the education institute starts, so the teachers, you have to actually prepare for this eventual challenge you might face actually, because they may be even ahead to the teachers even, right? Because they gather knowledge using all these online and distance mode platforms. The use of accelerated remote learning, especially with community and quarantine lockdowns, in which the students learn theoretical knowledge remotely using digital means, whilst ensuring any practical skills are still adopted by interactive modes such as simulation, is an important result of 4-year to education, as it enabled a more flexible way of learning. Even now, we actually use our, the partners to do this, because sometimes educational institutions, alone can't actually cope up with this phase. So therefore, you have to align, as an example, simulation, the new systems, CAD systems, etc. So we have to give to students to learn, not just theory from, teaching. It also required accountability and good time management. So finally, education has a big role to play in meeting the industry's demand for skilled graduates, especially in being multidisciplinary. Very, very important, as I explained you earlier. So it's very important. As an example, we know in engineering, to get our accreditation, we need at least 20% management, because we know that engineers one day become managers, CEOs, etc. So they have to manage people. So they have to understand management, finances, marketing, etc. Same as that one. What I feel now, the all sectors, not only engineers, others also must aware about this, especially ICT and electronics areas. Therefore, priority should be in ensuring that all our education systems are able to adapt to the changes demanded by the 4-year, as resources are being invested to produce skilled graduates. As a short-term educational strategy, top-up and CB programs could be developed to upskill and reskill the existing graduates to meet the 4-year skills requirements demanded by the industry. This is very important, because even diploma or high diploma or degree, it takes time, right? At least 1, 2, 3, or even 4 years. Because sometimes industry need quick solutions as well. So as educators, as academics, institutions, we have to actually address that as well, because we have to serve what the industry wants. So therefore, we have to, as an example, there may be very good electrical, electronic engineers and ICT people. So maybe some skills lagging. So therefore, we have to actually prepare. We have to select people who can serve these 4 years, especially with this change in environment, right? Industries. So we have to give them the top-up programs, maybe 6 months, even 3 months, etc., or even modular basis, right? So we all have to actually work together. So as an example, some countries need certain areas, the other countries can help, right? So that's why this kind of international consortium seminars, and also like CPSC is very important in this role. So where we can actually train, we can organize short-term training to give that the gap part, not long-term 4 years, that is the colleges and universities part, but we can actually fill that gap as well. So as this takes place, higher education providers must set up step to offer quality engineering and ICT programs that are relevant to support 4-year. Further, electrical, electronic and ICT must be taught across all the STEM programs, as I mentioned earlier. The syllabus and curricula should constantly revise and revamp to address current and future challenges posed in the 4IR. So universities and colleges must evaluate and assess how well their programs are providing training and insight to graduates who are about to enter the workplace that is in different stages of 4IR. So as I explained here, we can't actually, at one stage you can't go to 4IR, fourth stage. So there may be different stages, countries, etc. So we have to understand academics, right? So as an example, initial stage, because we have to go through this cycle. We have to go through this cycle. So as academics, we have to provide people to cater into all these levels, because the skills and the technology and all these technical side will be different. A further and deeper look into what is needed to scale up beyond theoretical and academic teaching is also imperative to ensure industry are industry ready. While technical skills are of utmost importance, educational institutions must ensure 4IR skills such as innovativeness, critical thinking, problem solving, leadership are integrated across all programs. Only through these will students be able to holistically drive 4IR effectively and efficiently. So therefore, all stakeholders gathering here and even beyond, like governments, businesses, educational institutes, and individuals, even students, should react in a systematic and consistent way to explore the opportunities bring the 4IR to overcome the challenges and threats by 4IR. So this forum, I think, will create that platform. Then our responsibility is to actually use it and create that network among ourselves. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me once again thank everyone for joining us in this forum. And I wish that the benefits fostered in this event would not end here, but will flourish into positive rewards in driving, electrical, electronics, ICT, and all engineering fields and all technical education, which are essential skills for 4IR ready graduates. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Professor Wickramasinghe, for the very informative and a remarkable speech. Ladies and gentlemen, to empower the country TVET education in adapting the new and emerging technologies, well, that is one of the objectives of I2ES 2021. And in making a vision of emerging electronics technologies, which include nanoelectronics, artificial intelligence, smart and autonomous system, or even a cyber security, well, it is not a big boundaries to all. Ladies and gentlemen, the next topic that we will listen and share, it is more on how to emerge electronics. Emerging electronics related technologies, industry trends and demand is the next topic that we'll share by our first amazing speaker. She is the Director of Electrical and Electronic Division Malaysian Investment Development Authorities, MIDA. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Madam Azlina binti Hamdan.
Thank you, Ms. Loweness. Assalamualaikum and good morning to Mr. Razlan Haji Samsuri, Deputy General Director, MARA Japan Industrial Institute MJII, distinguished speaker, Professor Wickramasinghe, Director General of the Colombo Plan Staff College, CPSC, and President of Asia Pacific Accreditation and Certification Commission, APACC, Madam Zarina Idrus, Director, MJII, co-organizers, honorable keynote and plenary speakers from international and local institutions, representatives from APACC affiliated institutions, local and international industry representatives, distinguished academicians, and all participants of the Industry Institution Engagement and Educators Summit 2021. My name is Azlina Hamdan, and I am currently leading a team in MyIoTA, coordinating the orderly development of the electrical and electronics industry in Malaysia. Thank you for inviting us here today, and we are delighted to be a part of this summit that helps bridging together the academia and industrial players. We would like to applaud the initiative by MJII and its collaboration partners in organizing this event, which is aligned with the government aspiration via the 12th Malaysian Plan that emphasized on aligning research and development towards commercialization, wealth generation, and economic growth. Well done on the successful organization of this significant engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, for the sake of some participants that have not heard about us before this, allow me to introduce my organization. Malaysian Investment Development Authority, or MIDA, is the government's principal investment, promotion, and development agency under the Ministry of International Trade and Industry, or MITI, to oversee and drive investments into the manufacturing and services sectors in Malaysia. MIDA is headquartered in Kuala Lumpur Central and has 12 regional and 20 overseas offices. As the principal investment promotion agency of Malaysia, MIDA has been instrumental in attracting FDI for more than 50 years since its establishment in 1967. MIDA is a one-stop center for investors to invest in Malaysia, which comprises of senior representatives from key government agencies such as the Department of Labour, Immigration Department, Royal Malaysian Customs, Telekom Malaysia Berhad, and Tenaga Nasional that are stationed at MIDA's headquarters. Therefore, investors can rest assured that their investments are in good hands right from their initial inquiries until the realization of the projects in Malaysia. MIDA evaluates the applications for manufacturing licenses, tax incentives, expatriate posts, duty exemption on raw materials and components, duty exemption on machinery and equipment for the agriculture sector, and any selected services, regional establishments, and others in the manufacturing sector and selected services subsectors. MIDA has spearheaded the Malaysia investment agenda from an agricultural-based economy to a vibrant, industrialized, and service-oriented nation, and will continue to undertake concerted efforts to ensure the presence of conducive business environment for investments to prosper. MIDA continues to encourage high-quality investments in the manufacturing sector, especially in the catalytic subsectors, namely chemicals, electrical and electronics, machinery and equipment, aerospace, and medical devices. As for the services sector, there are still immense opportunities within the areas of principal hubs, logistics, healthcare, e-commerce, fourth industrial revolution, green technology, and renewable energy. Ladies and gentlemen, the electrical and electronic industry in Malaysia remains resilient despite adverse challenges resulted by global pandemic throughout this year. The pandemic has caused tremendous disruptions in the E&E manufacturing operations. However, it has accelerated higher demand in specific subsectors, such as telecommunication devices, medical devices, auto parts, and communication-based station, which in turn spurred overall demand for semiconductor and electronics products globally. With an advantage of having long-standing experience and expertise in manufacturing semiconductor devices, MNC and Malaysian-based companies keep on contributing in meeting demands in these emerging and critical markets. The E&E industry has remained as Malaysia's largest export earners for decades, of which in 2020, as of November, become the largest export contributor, total RM or Ringgit Malaysia 349 billion, which is about 39.5% of all manufacturing goods. Malaysia has become the major global manufacturing hub for the E&E industry based on the large presence of multinational companies or MNCs, making Malaysia as their offshore base. These MNCs has seamlessly integrated Malaysia companies to become part of the global value chain. There is also some silver linings from the ongoing trade war between USA and China, where Malaysia remains as one of the key site selections considered for investments, resulting in higher investment inflows recorded in 2020 for relocation purposes. MyIoTA progressively undertakes dedicated supply chain program to encourage active participation of local companies, as well as to secure global recognition. Advancement in automation and digitalization are transforming the manufacturing landscape from conventional towards smart factory. The Industry 4.0 technology are enabling a prominent changes on manufacturing sector where flexible and efficient business model can be adopted to optimize productivity, growth, and enhance the talent capability. Currently, with the ongoing efforts made by various stakeholders to scale up the industry's technological transformation, priority is also given to ensure talent funnel are able to match the industry's growing needs. Emphasis on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics or STEM is essential to cultivate the interest among younger generation to support the rapid technology advancement in the industry. Apart from effort to increase the competitiveness of talent pool for this industry, an IC design post-finishing school program has been initiated by MyIoTA under a private-public collaboration with various government bodies such as the Ministry of International Trade and Industry or MITI, the Ministry of Higher Education or MOHE, the Electrical and Electronic Productivity Nexus, or EEPN, together with the public universities and IC design companies that are currently operating in the country. IC design, or the activity of designing integrated circuits for semiconductors, is among the highest value added and highly skilled area of expertise that Malaysia aims to further develop. With the PSF program, the government intends to train up to 1,000 fresh graduates to meet the talent demands for local IC design houses. This pilot program also represents the first concerted effort at a national level to develop local talent in the E&E industry. One of the key challenges faced by semiconductor company is the need to be agile while facing rapid changes in the technological cycle. To sustain market and remain relevant in the global value chain, allocation must be made on innovation initiatives such as R&D and D&D to improve on material, process, products, as well as development of new products. Malaysian companies are also joining the race to be more active in undertaking innovative activities aligned with the current government policy and facilitation in R&D. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia consistently pursues more capital-intensive projects and those that support the development agenda of the nation, consistent with ESG goals. This is reflected by the increasing number of capital-intensive projects approved by MIDA. During the first half of 2021, MIDA approved a total of 367 manufacturing projects worth ringgit Malaysia 66.9 billion as compared to ringgit Malaysia 36.4 billion in the same period last year. The E&E industry represented the mammoth share of this amount with ringgit Malaysia 47.1 billion or 70% investment, which generated from 44 projects. Of the total, new projects segmented 89.9% of the approved figure, while the remaining were derived from an expansion or diversification projects. These projects are expected to bring about 11,450 employment opportunities in the E&E industry. The major sources of foreign investments in this industry were from China, Germany, Chinese Taipei, USA, and Singapore. Investment approved were mainly in the following subsectors: electronic components, consumer electronics, industrial electronics, electrical components, and electrical appliances, which include industrial electrical. The investments received in the electrical and electronics in Q1 2021 amounted to ringgit Malaysia 47 billion, of which lion's share is from electrical products or solar products, followed by electronic components or chips. To date, Malaysia has successfully established its significance to the global semiconductor supply chain with a contribution of 13% to the global back-end supply chain. despite the challenges, Malaysia is expected to gain more quality investments within these 2 years based on the investment leads received coupled with supportive strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, the E&E landscape in Malaysia is supported by the immense opportunities offered by the industry, especially with the rise in smart medical equipment or appliances, virtual telecommunication devices, and e-commerce. Such trends could have a lasting impact on semiconductor demand and open new possibilities for existing products and services, which includes contactless solutions such as touch screens and elevator buttons, ambient assisted living devices that include sensors, which help elderly and chronically ill patients to remain in their homes rather than moving to the facilities, automated delivery solutions for the last mile, such as robots and drones, digital work processes via emerging Industry 4.0 technologies, particularly in the healthcare, automotive, and smart living lifestyle. These sectors also stand to benefit from China's 14th five-year plan from 2021 until 2025, where the world's second largest economy is expected to emphasize on technological innovation amid the unresolved trade dispute with the United States. China's 14th five-year plan could potentially benefit Malaysia, given that E&E exports to China form a big proportion of Malaysia's exports. China is likely to accelerate measures at least to ensure future technological prowess, which will continue to increase its demand for semiconductor. This is even more apparent given the shifts in consumer behavior, business models, new regulations, and supply chain disruptions brought upon by the COVID-19 pandemic. The study by McKinsey and Company has shown that significant shift in chip demands for 2020 based on application post-COVID. There are surges of demand for chips used in personal computing, amounting to increase of 11%, storage increment of 7%, wireless communication increment of 6%, while automotive declined at 16%. This is in tandem with the new norm, a new lifestyle brought upon by post-COVID. All trends will eventually see an increase in semiconductor contents per devices, which promise the industry with boosting path in 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, MyIoTA will continue to identify, attract, and facilitate high-quality projects that encompass advanced technology, knowledge-based, and capital-intensive investments to create multiplier effects to the nation's economy. Creating high-value job opportunities has always been MyIoTA's goal in fueling sustainable economic growth. Additional proposals have been put forward to the government in providing a more attractive support to secure strategic and quality investment in taking advantage from the global chip shortages. Malaysia seeks to revitalize its investment strategy to further attract and expedite the implementation of high-quality projects in the country. On 21st April 2021, the National Investment Aspirations, or NIAs, was proved as the growth framework and basis for Malaysia's investment policy reforms. The NIA's strategies will provide the necessary impetus to pursue high technology and sustainable investments, as well as to intensify innovation, striking a balance between economic and environmental sustainability while reducing dependency on foreign labor, in line with the global benchmarks in ESG. The NIAs highlights 5 core parameters as follows. First, to increase the economic diversity and complexity through the development of sophisticated products and services with high local R&D and innovation elements. Second, to create high-skilled jobs to provide better income for the people. Third, to expand and integrate domestic linkages into regional and global value chains by improving their resiliency. Fourth, to develop new and existing clusters, focusing on high productivity sectors, including local products and services. And the last one, to improve inclusivity, to contribute towards the socio-economic developmental agenda. On behalf of MyIoTA, I would like again to congratulate the organizer, Japan Industrial Institute, MJII, and its collaboration partners in organizing this summit. To all participants, I wish for a constructive and engaging exchanges throughout the program. We look forward to hear more innovative findings initiated from this excellent event. With that, I will end my remarks and thank you for listening and also inviting us to grace this event. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Madam Azlina, for the very informative information about using the new technologies, emerging new technologies that we can use in our lifetime. That was a very interesting topic for this morning. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say out that please scan the QR code that we share on the screen right now for your attendance and also your certificates. And ladies and gentlemen, if you have any comments or any suggestion, please drop in the chat box below. And for your information, it is a live broadcasting event from Facebook TVETMARA and also from YouTube TVETMARA and YouTube MJRI. Please like and share. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a short break. All right, and now it's almost 11, so we shall be back at 11:40 with more on a very interesting topic after this. So I'm signing off. Thank you.
Welcome to Malaysia. Vibrant, dynamic, progressive. Strategically located in the heart of Southeast Asia, Malaysia is your go-to destination for investment with a robust talent pool, state-of-the-art infrastructure, and business-friendly policies. Malaysia's economic landscape is complemented by a thriving ecosystem. Investors benefit from Malaysia's world-class infrastructure, which provides excellent connectivity.
Malaysia has been home and a strategic hub for the BMW Group in Southeast Asia since 2003. The strategic location of Malaysia, its infrastructure, the access to logistic needs and skilled employment makes it home for the BMW Group in the region.
The prioritization of education and training creates a highly skilled and knowledgeable workforce, ensuring industry-ready talents.
Malaysia is one of Intel's most comprehensive sites with close to 11,000 talented employees. We are Intel's largest assembly and test manufacturing facility with an all-Malaysian workforce in manufacturing. This site is also home to the country's largest design and development center, and it is one of only 2 Intel shared services hubs supporting all sites worldwide.
In 2012, CTRM has established the Aero Composite Training Center to enhance our human capital development activities. We have collaborated with Ministry of Human Resource to develop the National Occupational Skills Standard in Aerospace Composite Manufacturing modules. Together with DRB Harcom University, we have established the diploma and degree programs in Aero Composite Manufacturing Technology.
Malaysia is known for its mature and integrated ecosystems developed over decades and is a preferred location for leading technology industries. Offering a holistic plug-and-play approach to commerce, companies are supported by a comprehensive and efficient domestic supply chain, reducing in-house needs and the cost of doing business.
Torre has been in Malaysia since early 70s. The integrated ecosystem and support from the government, especially MyIoTA, have contributed to Torre's continuous growth in Malaysia. Today, we are highly diversified with many factories and multiple operations in Penang, Pahang, and Johor.
By optimizing smart manufacturing to streamline the making of goods, Malaysia is embracing the 4th industrial revolution. Elevated industry productivity and accelerated innovation capabilities are transforming Malaysia into a premier solutions provider for advanced technologies. Malaysia's free trade agreements offer companies access to a market of more than 4 billion people globally. This market access presents tremendous opportunities for companies to expand their commercial reach while boosting competitive advantage and driving financial growth. Ranked among the top emerging markets for investment and recognized for its protection of investors, as well as its responsiveness to facilitating business needs, Malaysia is the offshore base from which your company can prosper. The country has a rich cultural heritage which comprises a multitude of fascinating traditions, while its modern living standards promote the well-being of all who call Malaysia home. Your investment journey in Malaysia begins in partnership with the Malaysian Investment Development Authority, MyIoTA. With over 50 years of experience working with international companies, MyIoTA has a proven track record of attracting foreign investment and developing domestic investment. MyIoTA provides expert hand-holding to investors, guiding you every step of the way, from inquiry to realization. A future-ready hub in Asia, the world's fastest-growing economic region, Malaysia is your key to unlocking the world. Malaysia, your profit center in Asia. Welcome to Malaysia. Vibrant, dynamic, progressive. Strategically located in the heart of Southeast Asia, Malaysia is your go-to destination for investment with a robust talent pool, state-of-the-art infrastructure, and business-friendly policies. Malaysia's economic landscape is complemented by a thriving ecosystem. Investors benefit from Malaysia's world-class infrastructure, which provides excellent connectivity.
Malaysia has been home and a strategic hub for the BMW Group in Southeast Asia since 2003. The strategic location of Malaysia, its infrastructure, the access to logistic needs and skilled employment makes it home for the BMW Group in the region.
The prioritization of education and training creates a highly skilled and knowledgeable workforce, ensuring industry-ready talents.
Malaysia is one of Intel's most comprehensive sites with close to 11,000 talented employees. We are Intel's largest assembly and test manufacturing facility with an all-Malaysian workforce in manufacturing. This site is also home to the country's largest design and development center, and it is one of only 2 Intel shared services hubs supporting all sites worldwide.
In 2012, CTRM has established the Aero Composite Training Center to enhance our human capital development activities. We have collaborated with Ministry of Human Resource to develop the National Occupational Skills Standard in aerospace composite manufacturing modules. Together with DRB HICOM University, we have established the diploma and degree programs in aero composite manufacturing technology.
Malaysia is known for its mature and integrated ecosystems developed over decades and is a preferred location for leading technology industries. Offering a holistic plug-and-play approach to commerce, companies are supported by a comprehensive and efficient domestic supply chain, reducing in-house needs and the cost of doing business.
Torre has been in Malaysia since early 70s. The integrated ecosystem and support from the government, especially MyIoTA, have contributed to Torre's continuous growth in Malaysia. Today, we are highly diversified with many factories and multiple operations in Penang, Pahang and Johor.
By optimizing smart manufacturing to streamline the making of goods, Malaysia is embracing the 4th industrial revolution. Elevated industry productivity and accelerated innovation capabilities are transforming Malaysia into a premier solutions provider for advanced technologies. Malaysia's free trade agreements offer companies access to a market of more than 4 billion people globally. This market access presents tremendous opportunities for companies to expand their commercial reach while boosting competitive advantage and driving financial growth. Ranked among the top emerging markets for investment and recognized for its protection of investors, as well as its responsiveness to facilitating business needs, Malaysia is the offshore base from which your company can prosper. The country has a rich cultural heritage which comprises a multitude of fascinating traditions, while its modern living standards promote the well-being of all who call Malaysia home. Your investment journey in Malaysia begins in partnership with the Malaysian Investment Development Authority, MyIoTA. With over 50 years of experience working with international companies, MyIoTA has a proven track record of attracting foreign investment and developing domestic investment. MyIoTA provides expert hand-holding to investors, guiding you every step of the way, from inquiry to realization. A future-ready hub in Asia, the world's fastest-growing economic region, Malaysia is your key to unlocking the world. Malaysia, your profit center in Asia.
Asia-Pacific region, the world's richest region in terms of diversity, culture, tradition, religion, beliefs, and in human resource capacities. The countries that make up the region are in the progressive effort to build and develop. However, any development, big or small, must start with the people and their capacity to drive development in their favor. The Colombo Plan Staff College started as an offshoot of the Colombo Plan for Socio-Economic Development. CPSC was established in Singapore to serve as a regional center for technician education and training that shall facilitate the exchange of knowledge, technology, and resources in technical education and training, or the South-South Cooperation in TET, that will support the region's human resources development. CPSC has demanded to improve the quality of technician education and training that will aid technician teacher educators, trainers, and senior administrators in the planning, development, administration, and implementation of TVET in the member countries. CPSC is presently hosted in Manila by the Government of the Philippines. Since its inception in 1973, footprints of achievements have been established by CPSC across the region, illustrating and advancing TVET development agenda based on patterns and needs of socio-economic development. To date, 16 active members of CPSC are working in synergy to strengthen TVET system in the region. Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Fiji, India, Malaysia, Maldives, Mongolia, Myanmar, Nepal, Pakistan, Papua New Guinea, Philippines, Singapore, Sri Lanka, and Thailand. Periodic goals, strategies, and objectives are laid out as the blueprint of CPSC's programs and services. The CPSC strategic plan is formulated every 5 years in consultation with participating countries. Midterm review is undertaken to ensure its relevance, update program thrusts, and align CPSC with innovations in TVET. Under the guidance of the Governing Board and leadership of the Director General, CPSC operates as an autonomous body supported by a roster of dedicated professionals and support staff. Strategic approaches are used to fulfill CPSC's mandate. Among them are training and development, strategic and action research, greening TVET initiatives, ICT learning resources development, professional internship, policy advisory, accreditation and certification of TVET systems, TVET information dissemination, consultancy services. Providing regional and in-country training programs of further professional education and in-service training is at the heart of the benefits extended to CPSC member countries. Customized courses are designed to meet specialized training needs of member and non-member countries on project basis. CPSC conducts international, regional, and national conferences, symposia, and workshops to deliberate and share best practices on emerging global, regional, and national issues. Collaborative programs are also explored to support regional initiatives and allow more developed members of CPSC to share practical experiences and progress in TVET. Promoting TVET access for all, lifelong learning, TVET for sustainable development, TVET skills development for poverty alleviation, ICT in TVET, and quality management of TVET are firmly built in CPSC strategies to meet the aspirations of the member countries. The vibrant family culture has become a consistently valued discovery at CPSC, along with the world-class training environment, facilities, and resources. In this era of knowledge-based economy, CPSC outlines as its main strategic focus the greater involvement of participating governments, building capacities of member countries in improving TVET systems, improving quality and increasing access of TVET in the region, promoting cross-border mobility in the region through harmonization of skill standards, expanding membership, strengthening linkages with development partners and fostering more linkages, strengthening financial sustainability, fostering innovation, creativity, and critical thinking, and internalizing quality culture in the college's activities through the CPSC Q culture. CPSC works in synergy with development partners to pursue its shared vision and mission across the region. The college also explores mutually beneficial partnerships to share technical and human resources, explore cooperative training and initiatives, and exchange information useful in realizing TVET goals for the Asia-Pacific region. CPSC contributes to building the human resources of Asia-Pacific region through TVET for peace and harmony in the knowledge era by internalizing the 4 T's. Teach minds, train hands, touch hearts, and transform lives. CPSC also champions the promotion of TVET for sustainable development by integrating environmental mitigation and adaptation practices in CPSC's policies, practices, and programs through the Green CPSC Drive. Much has been done. More remain to be accomplished. CPSC cooperates with the participating member governments to realize the region's goal for the human resources, who are, after all, the region's asset to reduce poverty and create strong foundation of social and economic development.
Assalamualaikum. Hi, good morning. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the I2ES Mara Japan Industrial Institute, an event where all educators from local and international learning institutions and experts from industries gathers and share knowledge on electrical and electronics in our lifetime. Embracing industrial, ladies and gentlemen, sorry, we have some technical problem there. Oh, okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the technical problem just now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, embracing Industrial Revolution 4.0 in electronics education in Asia is the next keynote topic by our special keynote speaker. He is all the way from India. He had his experience for 25 years in training of technical teachers in India and also abroad. He is also a professor and the head of Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering National Institute for Technical Teachers Training and Research from the Ministry of Education, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Kulantatival for his keynote presentation. Professor, are you ready?
Good morning.
Professor?
Yes, good morning.
Good
Can you hear?
morning to you.
Good morning.
Hi.
Good morning.
How are you
Can
today?
you hear? Fine, fine. Can you hear?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank
very
you.
loud and clear.
Thank you. I'll just share my screen. Please check whether it's okay.
Okay.
Is it okay?
Perfect.
Okay. So thank
All
you.
right, Professor, I'll give
Okay.
the floor to you.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Good morning to all. So respected Director of Mara Japan Industrial Institute, Malaysia, Madam Jarina Idris, Mr. Razlan bin Haji Samshuri, Deputy Director General Education of Mara, Professor G.L.D. Vikramasinghe, Director General Colombo Plan Staff College, also President of Asia Pacific Accreditation and Certification Commission, all the co-organizers, keynote speaker Madam Azlina Hamdan, all the plenary speakers, Mara CPSC organizing team officials, participants from all over the world. So good morning to all. Welcome to Industry Institute Engagement and Educators Summit. So I'm really happy to be here in front of you for sharing my experience, because I am working as a faculty in the field of electrical, electronics and communication engineering from 1994. So around, I can say like 27 years experience as a faculty. I'm very happy that, as Madam mentioned, so I have completed 25 years of service in this institution called National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, which is under Ministry of Education, Government of India. So first of all, I wish to thank Mara officials, and mainly I wish to thank our Director General of Colombo Plan Staff College and also President of Asia Pacific Accreditation Certification Commission, Professor G.L.D. Vikramasinghe, for inviting me to deliver the keynote talk on embracing Industrial Revolution 4.0 in electronics education in Asian countries. And even though I am from electronics and communication engineering background, I am very happy to inform that I was in Colombo Plan Staff College as faculty consultant from 2014 to 2018, where I had a chance to travel around 18 or 19 Asia Pacific countries only. And I am very happy to inform that from 2015 to 2016, around 14-15 months, I was acting as Director General of Colombo Plan Staff College and acting president of this APEC accreditation. So that is why I have very good interaction with most of the Asia Pacific countries. So I can share, like I started like this side, like if you take from West, we have conducted a lot of programs starting from Pakistan, maybe Bhutan, Nepal, India, we have done many, Bangladesh, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Philippines, anyway, that is our institution where we stayed. Even we have conducted programs in even South Korea, even Fiji. We had a chance to interact with China officials. So like this, like southern part of India, if you take like Maldives, Sri Lanka. So we had a chance to visit different countries, and we have seen how the TVET systems, that is technical vocational education training system, is in these countries. So I'm really happy. There is an international organization called Colombo Plan Staff College and Asia Pacific Accreditation and Certification Commission, which is going to help us to manage this Industrial Revolution 4.0. Okay, it may be in any sectors, but including electronics education, whatever supports I want, I'll be giving CPSC and APEC, where we want to conduct more events. Even like nowadays, lot of simulations happening. Especially I'll take something about education concept also later. So where the technologies, or I can say information and communication technology, has revolutionized. Nobody can imagine. I still recall in 1995 when internet was given in India to the public, like a subscription we call. So it was given in 1995. But before that itself, ERNET we call, Educational Research Network, was in India, which was used by some of the premier institutions like IITs, NITs we call, okay, like Department of Science and Technology, we are sharing that. And all of you know, 1969, this ARPANET, Asia, that is ARPANET, you know, that is developed by US. They started this internet concept. So those days they started, but practically I was using it from 1995, where the speed was only 56 kilobits per second. So where I can think that, recall, okay, the speed, how was, it was only 56 kbps. So we are using a telephone line, we call PSTN, Public Switch Telephone Network, which was connected to my computer, PC. So the signals were traveled through like a modem, which was converting the digital signal to analog, and it was going through a telephone line. Then there was a like telephone exchange. From there, it was going to internet service provider, and maybe through VSAT satellite communication or microwave communication or submarine cable, the signals were transmitted to long distance. That was the day. As a receiver, the speed was only 56 kbps, so which was very difficult, because I was interested to show as a demo to many of the faculty members those days. But just to download or watch 2 minutes video, it was taking long time. That's called buffering. Those days it was there. But later, with the development of ISDN, we call Integrated Services Digital Network, the speed was started from 64 kbps. I can recall that. From 64 kbps, it was changed to just multiplied by 2. Okay, 128 kbps, 256 kbps, 512 kbps, 1024 kbps. That means we call 1 Mbps those days. Okay, we are telling, because that was a great thing, 1024 kbps. Think 56. Okay, just think like a pipe. A small pipe is there. Water is flowing means it will be very less. But think there is a big pipe where more water will flow. So you have to remember the concept called bandwidth. So 56 kbps was changed to 1 mbps, then multiply by again 2 mbps, 4 mbps, like that. Now our institution is provided with 1 gigabits per second. You think, okay, what is the bandwidth? 56 kbps. Think how it was slow. Now it is 1 gbps. That means 1024 mbps. So I want TVET system people or whoever is there, we have to know what is the bandwidth, because many different branches may be there. You think if bandwidth is good, the speed will be good. So whatever I am doing now, taking the session now from India, all over the world, people are watching is only because of the development of communication, that is information and communication technology, where this bandwidth play a very vital role. So olden days, as I told you, I had to depend only on telephone line. But now technology changed, because slowly the networking concept came. That is unshielded twisted pair cable you might have seen. They have connected to your computers. But then slowly technology changed to Wi-Fi. Okay, you might have seen this type of symbol, Wi-Fi symbol. Okay, you can see here this type of symbol. Okay, nowadays wherever you see it, this is called Wi-Fi, wireless fidelity. Okay, where signals may be transferred through microwave tower, or it may through the satellite communication, like these things. So this is what is happening as on date. So the technology has developed by which we are getting very good speed. So because of this, we are watching, I am telling, whatever industry 4.0 or we call industrial revolution 4.0 is only because of that. So think that time being, you think they may be using wired communication or wireless communication. If you are using in your laptop nowadays, you are using Wi-Fi, this one. Okay. In your mobile also, we are all using, where you can see this type of Wi-Fi communications. Or you are having mobile data. People were using those days 2G, 3G, now 4G LTE we are using. Even 5G started in some country like China. And 6G is also in the process, by which we are going to have still very high speed even in our mobile. If I have very good internet connectivity or mobile connectivity, means the advantage is I can use this for learning, teaching, learning purpose, or whatever, like Professor Vikramasinghe was telling in his officiating address. We are on education 4.0. Whatever simulations or whatever MOOC, massive open online course, or whatever learning medium systems you have, LMS we call, everything, the student or learner, I can say, I am also learner. Even though we cross 50, every day we are learner. Okay, so we will be able to access anything because of this. That is the advantage, because of these communications. Okay, now you can just think the topic, industry institution engagement. Without this, I'm telling, without industry institution engagement, this industry 4.0 is not at all possible. As a faculty member, generally was you use in our classes, we are just using lecturing method. Okay, I can go on talking, but luckily all of us are using blackboard or whiteboard. That is like media. It is helping all of us. But luckily the development of ICT started, where the PowerPoint concept came, what I am showing you now, where I can insert a picture or video or animations. Like some time back, we are watching the video of MARA or like CPSC or APEC, all these videos, which is going to help the different types of learners. It may be like audio learners, because some people are interested in hearing only and they learn. Some learners are visual learners. They have to see something like a picture or like image or video or animations. then only they will be able to understand the concept. Or some people are kinesthetic learners. That is, they want to do practical. That is why, especially in Tibet system, we have more practical. And especially for the past 1.5 year during pandemic, the simulation helped all of us, which was helpful for most of the students or learners, or which was really helpful for the kinesthetic learners. Okay, I'll try to discuss some of those points also, because our madam Azilina Hamlin has introduced a lot of things about Industry 4.0, lot of data madam has given. Even our professor GLD Vikram Singha, he has mentioned a lot of things. So I'll quickly share what is happening in and around the world about in Industrial Revolution 4.0, because everywhere now we call IoT, okay, Internet of Things, or as we are discussing, cyber physical system, that is called Industry 4.0. I'll quickly show that also. And I'm really happy that we are going to have many plenary speakers, parallel sessions. Lot of speakers are going to discuss in depth. But because of my limited time, even though I used to take for a long time, I have to reduce the time. So I'll quickly cover some of the basic concepts. I may skip some of the slides, okay? So this Industry 4.0, simple example like this. Everywhere we are seeing automation, automations, like robots. Anything you are seeing. Even in the food industry, actually I'm worried, really worried. I can see nowadays robots are coming and serving. So what will happen to our human being? Similarly, industries, everywhere we are having this type of automations which are working without, that is timing, like 24 hours, without shift. We work in the shift. Okay. So what is going to happen is we have to see how we can utilize the IR 4.0 positively, because like car manufacturing is there, or whatever you take, automation industry is there, assembling industry you take. Before, human beings were there, but most of things are replaced. So even though a lot of positive points I am going to tell, we have to think how to change our career also, or how to try to utilize, or I can tell like skill, upskill, or we can call reskill. That is why we are having lifelong learning. Olden days, nothing. Once I complete my degree, like a physics or chemistry, if I am going to teach, lifelong I was teaching that topic. But now I am telling you, I completed my engineering degree in 1991, means still today I am learning every day. Everything is new. That's called lifelong learning. I have to learn. Nobody thought about this. Maybe I'll show you 25 years back what has happened also within 25 years. So the technology is developing, and we have to think positively. And those who are going to lose job or find it difficult, they have to develop the skill. That is why I want to say. Like drivers, olden days are still everybody is having drivers. We pay them. But I think driverless car has come. That is self-driving car. So there also, that is the technology. We are going to have a mobile. Okay, like now we are using like Google Map from my place to 500. For example, I can, because I have visited UTHM from Malaysia, Johor, I have traveled by car. So I don't know. Once I land in Malaysia, I don't know how to go. I don't want a taxi driver giving me a car. So just go, just click from Kuala Lumpur, Johor, that place where I want to jump. I can relax simply. Okay, I can work myself, I can talk, or I can take food. No issue. It will automatically take me and drop me. So I am telling, because technology is very good. Okay, there we are going to see a lot of, because it's electronic education, I am telling you, it is like digital signal processing. For example, if somebody is coming or giving a horn, the computer automatically find out some sound, and based on that, signal processing is doing. Or if somebody wants to overtake me, is image processing, digital image processing. Or some signal is there, it has to find out, okay, red, orange, green. So all the technology is going to be useful, electronics related. So we have to develop our skill. That's what I'm telling. And we have to see how it can be useful for the old people also. If you see the demographic change, like 2015 is 7.3 billion. It is expected to be 9.6 billion by 2050. See, I want to share that other country people. India itself, it is around, I think, more than 1 billion population is there. Okay. Anyway, we are happy that 1 billion population have been already vaccinated in India. Okay, that is a different story. But as per the research survey, it's 600 million population is over, that is those over 65, and it is expected to be 1.5 billion in 2050, 105% increase. So we are using this technology not only for general public, we are thinking how it can be useful for senior citizens or people who are above 65 or 60, because that much people are going to be there. We have to help them develop something like IoT, Internet of Things, the industrial revolution, that is like home automation is happening. So what is going to happen is, assume I came from my home now, I will not switch off my air condition, or I forgot to switch off the, what is that, like motor, okay, pump, motor pump. So my neighbor says, sir, water is flowing out in your tank. So the technology is there with me. So just open, make 1 to 0, that's all. I have a command like this, 1 to 0 for my air condition, for my motor. So this is a simple home automation, or we can call as IoT. So this is going to help us and industry people, lot of things they are doing. Similarly, aged population also. Because why I'm telling is, these are the development. Many youngsters may not know much. It happened in 20th century. It may be electrification, but mostly you can see many electronics related only. So automobile, airplane, water supply and distribution, electronics, radio and television, agriculture mechanization, computers, telephone, air conditioning and refrigeration, highways, spacecraft, internet, imaging, household appliances, health technologies, petroleum, petrochemical technologies, laser and fiber optics, nuclear technologies, high performance materials. So we call all these things as past achievements. But just for people to inform you, the telephone, it took nearly 75 years. Like credit card took 28 years to reach 50 million users. Mobile phone took nearly 12 years. But Facebook took only 4 years. China, they are using WhatsApp, WeChat, 1 year. We are all using WhatsApp, it's still reaching. Pokemon Go, only 19 days. So what I want to do is, I have to utilize the ICT, and whichever is there, I have to cope up. So as on date, we are all in Industry 4.0. That is mainly because of the technology. I told you bandwidth, because I told you in 1995, just to watch 2 minutes video, I suffered a lot. There was a lot of buffering. But now, in 60 seconds, you can see many things, like 600 new videos or 13,000 musics streamed, okay, or 168 million emails are sent all over the world, okay, like 370,000 voice calls or Skype calls, WhatsApp, everything is going on. See, like tweets, 98,000 tweets in 1 minute. Then think what is the technology, because everywhere data is flowing. We have to be ready for this. This is called industrial revolution, because started with industry 1.0, industry 2.0, industry 3.0. Now we are in industry 4.0, which is the call IR4 or cyber physical systems. Okay, this is the thing. This is only possible because of the ICT. Okay, because all these words, like they call as industry 4.0, is cyber physical systems, which generalizes production with digital technologies, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, big data and analytics, machine learning, and cloud computing. because people say like Industry 4.0 was coined by German government in 2011. So we have additive manufacturing, cyber physical system, augmented reality, virtual reality, and data analytics. Okay, some of the technologies. So because I have many, but in case I miss it, I want to explain about augmented reality and virtual reality. So olden days, I was using only pictures, but now we are using like augmented reality. So even in my mobile, I'm having augmented reality where it is possible for me to view. Okay, I am having something like a software like view. There is a software. I don't know. Anyway, I may not be able to show. There also there is a technology called AnyDesk or TeamViewer. Okay, by which this can be transferred. Actually, I tried, but sorry to say that Google itself told me if you are using, you are taking risk. All the cyber security issues are there. So I deleted. So whatever is in your mobile, it is possible for me to share in the screen, which can be traveled to anybody, any port. Okay. Now anyway, I don't want to say. What I want to say is there is in my mobile, I have all these things. I don't know how to show this, whether it's a helicopter or whatever. Okay, like a helicopter part by part, it is possible for me to see. So the student can learn himself or herself the parts like assembly, whatever is there, it is possible to do. That is happening as on date as augmented reality. Okay, like simulation I told you, but this augmented reality is different where I can see like a part by part, like is like 3D view more than that, like that. Similarly, like virtual reality, you have to have that HoloLens, like that type of lens where you are going to really watch like different parts of your car, or you are going to see your brain, or you are going to see your heart. If possible, I'll show you the video at the end. Okay, so you are going to learn, or like a mechanical uh, instruments, big industry, there is a machine means people cannot touch and do connections, but that is possible because they are going to see like it's like one type of simulation people are doing this. So I'm very happy to share that I visited a company called LabTech International. Dr. Steve Meck is there, so he is very much linking with CPSC. So even I'm very happy that Professor Vikram Singhe is linking with LabTech and conducting many programs nowadays. And luckily, because of online, it is possible. Olden days, they used to visit to Philippines and we used to take classes. But now the technology is helping us. They have very good materials. So I suggest, in case the institutions want, approach LabTech in international, which is in Batam, Indonesia. You can contact them. They have a lot of products where they say we have to first learn everything by simulations. Then we have to do with the big like hardware. So the student will not forget this. Especially this Industry 4.0, I told you, we have to linkage with industry and institutions. So only this is possible only by this type of interactions. So you have to send your students there. Okay, our faculty should be also trained. That is what I am telling. Anyway, I have a lot of points, but I may miss because of time. Because Colombo Plan Staff College is training for all the Asia Pacific countries. All the governments have started this institution in 1973 in Singapore, but it is from 1987 it is in Philippines. Government of Philippines is supporting, where all these countries, our Asian Pacific countries, we are the members. So they were conducting many programs. I wish all the directors or top officials who are attending, please try to send your teachers for training, because teachers should be trained. Because I don't know how many of you have seen the Sustainable Development Goal. The goal number 4 is quality education, where they are giving more emphasis on TVET, especially for quality training. And I am from NITTR Chennai, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, under Indian Technical Economic Cooperation Scheme. We do a lot of training for international people. So where more than 100 country participants used to come here. So we do everything free only. Similarly, CPS is also doing a lot of things freely. So you have to attend this, okay? And just for information, many countries give different names. Germany is giving Industry 4.0, US is giving Advanced Manufacturing Partnership, okay? Like Singapore is giving Smart Readiness Index, Malaysia is giving Industry 4 WRD. So like this, the word is coming, but we have to develop ourselves. Okay, we especially we have to develop, like India, we call as Make in India or Digital India. So a lot of initiatives are taken by different governments. So try to utilize this. Okay, I think because of time, I will skip some of things. I'm again repeating this: big data, augmented reality, additive manufacturing, autonomous robots, cloud computing, cyber security, system integration, and simulations. All like AR, VR. These are all going to change the way we live. Okay, if you see compared to first industrial revolution and fourth industrial revolutions, lot of changes. That is why, like when our Professor Vikramasinghe was telling in the officiating address, we have to have soft skills. It is not only to have technical skills. All the students should have lot of soft skills. They have to learn critical thinking. Okay, many are there. Anyway, I list. I think I may miss some of things. No problem. So lifelong learning. Anyone can teach anytime, anywhere, any device. Okay, that is the advantage where I can learn. Now everybody is watching me from different parts of the world is only because of this access. So that is possible only because of the technology. So we have to go for this quickly, like big data and analytics, autonomous robots, simulations or digital twins, horizontal and vertical systems, industrial Internet of Things, cyber security technologies, cloud, additive manufacturing, artificial intelligence, augmented reality or virtual reality. These are things which are going to change, but I have to little go fast. Like big data is there, because why I'm telling all these topics will be covered by eminent experts. Okay, so the adoption to industry 4.0 is mainly important. Okay, like customer centric, fostering innovations. We need more productive workforce, environmental sustainability, because initially the industry people should develop, because many industry leaders, they are not still adopting this industry 4.0. As per the survey I have seen, many are still lagging that leaders. Okay, industry leaders. Similarly, we can share that some of the leaders, they feel okay, these are all very difficult, because especially senior people, we think like that. But youngsters nowadays, they're all like IT savvy, so they born with this. Especially this generation kids, they are like this, so they will be able to easily adapt, because the potential growth in the region is there. Okay, all Asia Pacific you take, lot of developments are happening. So luckily different countries are supporting us, so we should be ready for that. Like Japan, Korea, Singapore, they have very good industrialization, especially in Asia Pacific. China and India are in the developing like digital transformation. Most of the other countries also, it is already coming like this. They are all ready for this. You take whether it's Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Philippines, India, most of the countries where we see, like Sri Lanka also we stayed, Maldives, everywhere I can see people already started these technologies. Okay, so we should be ready. Still, we have to make all those people. Because why I'm telling, when I told like 1995 I started internet, these things were not there. Whether iPhone or Google, Facebook, Netflix, YouTube, Bitcoin, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, Wikipedia, Android, iPad, Gmail, Tesla. Okay, they are all very well with the actually electric cars. Nowadays, with self-driving cars, they are doing PayPal, WhatsApp, messengers, emojis, Zoom, FaceTime, BlackBerry, Amazon Prime, Airbnb, Uber, Snapchat, LinkedIn, Reddit, Skype, Spotify, SpaceX, Xbox. So all changes are happening now. So we should be ready for this. Okay, because I cannot say, sir, I have not studied, I have not done this, so I cannot work. So now we should be ready for this. Everything is useful in teaching, learning purpose also. Like I always say, like Google, we have a lot of futures. We are using Google Meet. We are creating all the forms. Now this event is the registration we have done through this. Attendance or feedback, we are doing this. Everything. Or Google Classrooms, we are using like LMS. Many are there. YouTube means not only watching movies. Now I am very happy to say that this session is lively telecasted through YouTube. Okay, we should be ready for all these things. Okay, the technology, we have to think how we can use it. Twitter, many of the companies, like big officials, they are showing whatever they are doing, all these things. Okay, like Wikipedia is like encyclopedia. So even though we are not using, okay, because all we are not using as education people, but I wish wherever the education opportunity is there, we have to start using this. Okay, and this is mainly because the cybersecurity, which is going to change the way we live, because it is control, communication, computation. I told you, like take a ECG machine. If I want to take a ECG, what is I'm doing? I'm going to a laboratory, or the technician will be there, ECG technician. He keeps with me right arm, left arm, right leg, left leg, and chest. We have 6 leads. So with this, he will have 12 lead ECGs. Lead 1, lead 2, lead 3, like that. Lead 12 ECGs he will be giving. But we cannot understand. But this is given to a doctor who is going to show that to all the, that is just by seeing, he is going to analyze what issues are there. Okay, that I was going to the laboratory, and then one day I have to get an appointment to the doctor and he'll tell me. But instead of that, nowadays smart watches are coming, where like Samsung watches, whatever you want. Just I have to press this for 30 seconds, my finger. Just there is a sensor. Within 30 seconds, it is going to take my ECG, which will be coming to my mobile, or which will be transmitted to a doctor who is at a remote place, who may be coming on the way, or to a hospital centralized system. They can see, okay, like patient number X is ECG, or whatever parameters is possible to do. So here what I want to say is, there is a sensor which is going to emit the data. Okay, some data will be there, which is going to travel through this internet. I told you Wi-Fi. So it is going to travel long distance through my mobile data or Wi-Fi. Through internet, it will be going and reaching the place. That is communication. So now we started a concept called cloud computing. My data will not be going to a particular computer nowadays. All these years we are using web servers, which was connecting. But nowadays this web server concept like AWS, okay, different, Microsoft is having, Google is having, different companies, they're having different cloud platforms. So which will be taking this data, which can be accessed by a doctor or any person from a remote place. So the industry person is there. Okay, he wants to control something, he can do. He can control robot. So all these things are controlled by these things. So this is what is happening in cyber physical systems. So cyber physical society data, anything, anytime, any place. Okay, this is what is happening as on date. So people should be ready for this. So be ready for 15 minutes. So anything, any services, security, reliability, trust, privacy, data volume. So all these things are possible nowadays. Okay, we can do any of these things. So just few minutes, because it's a going quickly, I can show you the video which shows the real cyber physical systems. Just observe. So few seconds. Okay, I'll disconnect sometime.
Oil, but data. The quote from The Economist in 2017 holds true even more so today. Data in the 21st century is like oil in the 18th century. As we've seen in our previous videos, Internet of Things is one of the pillars of the fourth industrial revolution. With the increase in adoption of different technologies such as machine learning, augmented reality, cyber physical systems, and Internet of Things, the world of digital transformation is about to take another leap in the next few years. According to the famous futurist Ray Kurzweil, we are living in one of the most exhilarating times in human history. The evidence of dramatic change is all around us, and it's happening at exponential speed. Humans are linear by nature. We tend to link events up logically in a linear flow through space and time, so it is difficult and against our intuition for our minds to comprehend the technological changes that are happening now. So here's another way to think about it. Take 30 steps linearly and you get to 30. 1, 2, 3, 4. Step 30, you're at 30. With exponential growth, it's 1, 2, 4, 8. Step 30, you're at 1 billion. So taking 30 linear steps is not going to get you very far, but taking follow a surprisingly predictable and exponential trajectories based on the Moore's law. In 1965, engineer Gordon Moore predicted that the number of transistors on a chip would double every 2 years. More than half a century later, this trend continues despite predictions that it cannot last much longer. Computers have been shrinking from filling up a room to filling up your pocket, all while becoming way more powerful and cheaper. The technological advancements around the world is directly proportional to the growth of global automation, which is driven by the Internet of Things and cyber-physical systems. These systems will provide the foundation of our critical infrastructure, form the basis of emerging and future smart services, and improve the quality of our life in many areas. While Internet of Things takes care of the connections between objects and machines to the Internet, cyber-physical systems are machines in which a mechanism is controlled or monitored by computer-based algorithms. Other phrases that you might hear when discussing Internet of Things and cyber-physical systems are smart anything, manufacturing, agriculture, cities, buildings, homes, pills, you name it. Connected machines will interact, visualize, and make decisions autonomously. One of the data sources that feed the algorithms comes from the smart sensor systems in real applications. For example, in the healthcare sector, the data collected by smart sensors can help medical professionals understand critical situations faster and more accurately and enable patients to be more informed about their conditions and improvements. The data, along with the devices themselves, are creating the Internet of Medical Things, a sophisticated health tech ecosystem that will pave the way for new technologies such as medical kiosks. When you think of medical devices, you often think of devices such as blood pressure monitors, glucose systems, or smartwatches. However, the US Food and Drug Administration have approved smart pills with an ingestion tracking system. The global smart pills technology market is expected to register a substantial growth in the future, owing to the increased prevalence of gastrointestinal disease, sedentary lifestyle, and high patient compliance on account of minimally invasive techniques. The medicine of the future is expected to be data-driven and, thus, highly personalized. The AI-based computerized diagnostics will basically change our comprehension of well-being. But that is not all. According to Kurzweil, we can scale the devices down to a few billionth of a meter. He predicts that by the end of the decade, we will have cell-sized nanobots in brains that connect us to the internet. There are already companies that are working on implant devices, which connect the computers directly into the brain. Neuralink, which is founded by Elon Musk, is developing implantable brain-machine interfaces. These brain-machine interfaces hold promise for the restoration of sensory and motor function and the treatment of neurological disorders. Researchers have demonstrated human neuroprosthetic control of computer cursors, robotic limbs, and speech synthesizers using no more than 256 electrodes. Musk thinks his direct brain-to-machine interface would help humans avoid becoming house cats to artificial intelligence. Humans, like computers, could be updated with additional intelligence in the future. This is not the only frontier that Elon is involved in. Besides Neuralink, Musk co-founded and leads Tesla, SpaceX, and the Boring Company. Tesla specializes in electric vehicle manufacturing, and they are already redefining the auto industry. In the next 10 years, the auto industry will undergo a profound transformation. The cars it builds, the companies that build them, and the consumers who buy them will look significantly different. Once found only in science fiction, fully autonomous cars are being tested on roads today, and the first commercially available autonomous cars could be on the road in the next 1 to 2 years. Connected cars, communicating with each other and with the larger world, will not only reduce accidents and ease traffic, they will have powerful effects beyond the auto industry. Insurers, for example, will have new ways to monitor driver behavior, reward good drivers, and distribute costs to the bad ones. And ride-sharing companies can better connect idle cars with the customers that need them. Another company that wants to revolutionize the autonomous driving is AutoX, a self-driving car tech startup backed by Alibaba. According to Zhao, CEO and founder of AutoX, the pandemic has made our society realize that we need self-driving cars for situations like this. Robotaxi, with its self-disinfecting capabilities, and driverless logistics could save lots of lives. On other industry that will be most heavily affected by the rapid technology changes, such as Internet of Things and cyber-physical systems, is the manufacturing industry. Smart machines can work with humans for co-assembly tasks. but they can also operate autonomously and communicate directly with manufacturing systems. Leveraging the capabilities of the Internet of Things, these machines are able to access highly computing resources and carry on work beyond what they are initially programmed to do.
Okay, even the healthcare system, it is very much useful. People are using a lot actually. Okay, so what I want to do is, especially I want to share that this much technology is there, but we have to use these things. How to introduce all these things in educations? Okay, it is not only lecturing method is enough, so we have to go for higher methods. See, now we are seeing these type of things like storage net or SteamYard, YouTube. So we have to utilize all the technology which is available. I'm very happy that CPSC along with our MARA is doing this. So everybody is using lot of things because nowadays the kids wants, sir, I want, because especially for the past 1.5 years everybody is having the phone, even the kid. So teacher should change the way he or she teaches, or the way we learn. Because we expect all like computers, networking, Wi-Fi, mobile data, Bluetooth, or whatever hotspot, everything we need. So what I want is our students, our teachers should be very active. Okay, when I am going to take a class, our students should be active. So start using all these higher end technology. But because only 10 more minutes, so I'll quickly go to some of the website which is dealing with this. So like we have like PHL, that is Colorado. You can quickly go to that, like different simulations are there. You can go for that. I can just, because of time, quickly I'll say only for simulations what are things are there. Few things, just example. Like each country I know, like eTesda is there, COL, many websites are there. India is, we are having SWAM, so Malaysia is having, so all the countries are having. So what I want to do is, whichever possible, like simulations are available, try to take all these things, how to include in your subject. You have to think. For example, somebody wants to do basic electronics or like physics related, whichever you talk, chemistry or any topic, whichever you are interested, you can go. Lot of simulations are there. You try to use these things. Okay. For example, there is something like this capacitor lab. Okay. So only example I am telling, because of time, I just quickly show one or two quickly only. So we have some of this type of simulations. So where it is possible for me to simulate whatever I want. Okay, I'm just okay. I'm adding like this. I'm moving. Okay, whatever I want, I can move this. So it is possible for me to see what is happening. So I can include and I can see what is happening. So I can increase the separation. So I can change the value, what is going to happen. So example only I'm doing. Okay, so it is possible to know what is a capacitor. Okay, lot of simulations are coming like this. Okay, this is one idea I want to show. Similarly, Government of India has made something like this, vlab.co.in, where all the virtual laboratory has come. For example, electronics and communication is there, because electronic education, lot of things are there. We have to develop digital electronics, digital signal processing, basic electronics, signals and systems. Similarly, we have a lot of communications. So simple thing is there, means we have to start developing this type of things, like a list of experiments. So you create LMS. I'm sure most of us are using nowadays LMS, learning management systems. You can see instructions, technology used. For example, I want to do Ohm's law. Okay, so go like this, simply make like this. Okay, you can understand. You can have a simulation like this, verify like Ohm's law. So the technology is available for anything, because getting a resistor or getting a voltmeter is difficult. But now I can change the resistor like this. Voltmeter I can bring, voltage I can change. But physically it is, especially for the electronics people, it is very difficult. Okay, you have to ask your technician, they may give or they may not give. And as on date, what is happening? People are, every one of us are using like microcontrollers, like Arduino microcontroller I want to do. Because everything, most of things are free nowadays. Okay, so no need for us to wait for all the people. So if you are having already these things, it is very easy for you. So we can access the material just with your Gmail and you can try these things. Okay, many things is there, you try to use in. Okay, you can use with your email, with your, just sign in with your Google account. So I want to show a simple demo, because nowadays everybody is using this microcontroller. I want to do means I have to have a hardware, because whatever is there, IoT, Internet of Things, people will be discussing a lot of things. You can see those things, a lot of IoT concepts, whatever they are going, Industry 4.0, you are going to discuss about microcontrollers or sensors, because I told you, take a just thing, you have to depend on the sensor, ECG. Okay, for example, there is some technique called PIR sensor. So I can tinker this. So just by sitting from my place, it is possible for me to simulate anything. Okay, I want to have a resistor. Okay, take the resistor. If I want to have a 100 kilo ohm or mega ohm, my person may not give. But here what I can do is just click here mega ohm, change 100. So I have a resistor now, no problem with this. You can check the codes later. Okay, so or I want a LED for doing some experiment. Is red. No, I want green, sir. So it is possible for me to change. Whatever color you want, you can just click and change these things. Okay, this is only one example I am telling. Red, I can build or I can delete. So if I want potentiometer, slide switch, capacitor, whatever I want, like a breadboard I want to take, just you take it. I can connect. Okay, I have done this. So I want a Arduino. So take this and connect like this. So everything is possible, and I can open this code like a Python programming code. We can write here like this. Once I finish, I can close this. So I can start simulation. So this simple experiment thing, PIR sensor we call, where just by clicking, it is possible for me to I can show you one click I'll do. Okay, you can see a sensor like this. Okay, when I do this, it's like this. There is a range, especially in industry. If some movement is there, okay, it will identify. So when I move this, you can see this will change color, red to green. Okay, or red, whatever color. Okay, normal light on. When I am moving, when I stop, it will be stop. So this is a sensor which is helping very much in industry. Okay, similarly, we have many sensors. Okay, you can go work for these things, piezoelectric, temperature, all these things you can work. Or if somebody is interested, like LabVIEW, MATLAB, many softwares are there which is going to help you. Like if you want to simulate like a communication, okay, I think you can try this also. I can try one communication, I can show you, where there is a software. All these things are possible with the simulations. Okay, we can do this simulations like that. So whatever I want, it is possible for me to do. This MATLAB or LabVIEW simulations, you can try this. So one small one I can show you, like communication, some of the, because everything is related to this. Okay, so you can try these things like simulations. You just observe this. I have like communication, I can show you one on, because the like learn on seeing has come now. Okay, olden days to do this experiment, I have to have a full setup. But now by sitting from here, I can change the modulating frequency, or I can change the carrier frequency. Okay, everything is possible now. So I can make it as a exe file and keep it. Or if I am having really the LabVIEW software, so I can easily create also. Simple thing. If I want a CRO, to get it, I have to spend a lot of money. But now it is possible just by a click of a mouse. Okay, I want to have a like simple Boolean, I can go. A LED light I want. Okay, what I showed you similar to that. Okay, I want a gauge meter, something like this. So whichever you are interested, it is possible for you to bring a thermometer. So industry, whatever you want, it is possible to do this. So it is, the technology is going to help us. The same AM modulation, FM modulation, we have to get lot of things from our institution technician, but it is possible here. Okay, when I run this, you can see the simulations. So these types of simulations are helping us a lot. Okay, so we should be ready for this. The students can play whatever they want. Okay, that is the advantage here. Okay, that is what I want to say. And because of time, just quickly I can show you only one AR VR. because AR VR is changing the way we live. Okay, so you can see a thing like what is going to happen AR VR. You can see I can put like a AR. Okay, you can see here. So the technology is changing. Okay, lot of changes are happening here. Okay, you should be ready for this. So augmented. Okay, if you see here, so this is how it is going to change the way live. Okay, I told you from my mobile it is possible for me to see like this. Okay, the car, it can be accessed like this, or a student can visualize like this. So this is what is happening as on date. So we should be ready for this, because this is by laptop they are doing like this. Different parts it is possible for you to see like this. So like virtually they can analyze what is their different parts. Instead of just going as a part by part, it is possible for you to do this. Okay, we should be ready for all these things like combined learning, physical, AR, VR, 2D, 3D learning programs. So it is people are doing already. Okay, so this is what I told you. So as a industry 4.0 expert, as a teachers, all the institutions should start relevant program like this. We should not wait only there for old systems. So go for latest areas, Tibet areas you try to change. Because India also I have observed all the Tibet institutions, they started teaching computer science with artificial intelligence, computer science with security, cyber security, or electronics with IoT. So we have to change as per our world, industrial automations. So try to change. Whenever you are going to develop this type of courses, you refer the curricula from all part of the world. Don't depend only from your country. Check like MIT. If you go to QO's ranking, you can see Massachusetts Institute of Technology or Stanford University. They are all having lot of things. So refer India, Fiji, US, UK curriculum. Try to include in the curriculum. And try to include this type of teaching learning methods in your classes. So cognitive, start with zero knowledge. So they'll be learning with all this AR, VR they are going to develop. Use this type of physical kits. Okay, that is psychomotor skills. I told you cognitive, affective, psychomotor, which is going to help auditory learners, visual learners, kinesthetic learners. So you should be ready for this. So lot of things are happening all over the world. So you try to do all these things, which is going to help, because lot of recommendation I say, because lot of things are happening in the world, especially after the COVID, the way we work, the skill, it is changing. Okay, it should be technologically and digital skills, advanced cognitive, social and emotional, adaptability and resilience skills. So we should be ready for this. Okay, I cannot say no, sir, I am already old person, I don't know, I cannot adjust. As we mentioned, you have to upskill or you have to reskill. The institution also should be ready for this. Okay, future we are going to see lot of things. I told you, data, block dot chains, IoT, all these IoTs or whatever, connected cars, smart enough to find and choose the best deal parts or services. Okay, everything is going to have because of this Industry 4.0. So I wish everybody should develop our skills. That is what I want to say. Whether you like it or not, we are in the midst of fourth industrial revolution and have been so far for many years, because it's not like this for olden days. Because I can recall up to 2000, not much changes were there, especially after 2005 to 2010, many changes. Especially after 2010, we have seen a lot of changes the past 10, 11 years. So these things will be there, it will continue. So we have to engage each other, work and go through life. Okay, we should be ready for this. Okay, so that is what World Economic Forum also stand. Okay, we are in the brink of technological revolutions. So all industries should change. The leaders should change their industry. All the institutions should change. We have to have more industry institution cooperations. So we have to involve all the stakeholders. Okay, all our alumni, everybody should be there. So whether it is Industry 4.0 or Education 4.0, we should be ready. Because future we are going to see Industry 5.0, or which are going to be called as Society 5.0. Okay, we should be ready for this. Okay, everything will be autonomous, because olden days only I was sending email by touching, I have to type, and end it will be going to other computer, they will be seeing by mail, Internet of like a human being also it was there. Now everything is things, because I told you from my body I'm touching my watch. EC is developed, which is going to a mobile or computer, all Internet of Machines. So we should be ready for this. So thank you very much for opportunity. So I have to go, a lot of things are there, but anyway, I'm happy that I was able to manage Industry 4.0 and how it is for electronics educations, where you have to mainly concentrate more on this simulations and augmented reality. That is AR and VR is going to change the way we look. Okay, so I think thank you very much. If you have any questions, please you can ask me. So thank you for the opportunity. Here I wish to thank our team, especially Professor Vikram Singhe and Mara officials. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, thank you so much, Prof. Dr. Kulantival. That was a very informative sharing knowledge, which is touches on the 4.0 revolutions. And we know that the new technologies will improve more on the productivity and the quality of the new technologies. Okay, we are here. Thank you again to Prof. Thank you so much, right, for being with us. So we hope that maybe next year we can share more
Yes,
information.
especially some topic we can have for separate group. Industry 4.0 should be separate. The technology, ICT for teaching learning should be separate. We'll do that. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I think it's now 12:45 and we are close enough to the end of the morning session. Thank you so much to the respective guests, the keynote speaker, and also viewers around the world for joining us in this virtual events. And we hope that all knowledge that we had just now will create more opportunities to all, especially to the educators and to the industries. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we shall take a lunch break and we will come back at 2 p.m. for more keynotes experience from amazing speakers all around the world. Thank you so much for being with us from morning till noon. I'm Loanis. I'm signing off. Take care. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Assalamualaikum.
Asia Pacific region, the world's richest region in terms of diversity, culture, tradition, religion, beliefs, and in human resource capacities. The countries that make up the region are in the progressive effort to build and develop. However, any development, big or small, must start with the people and their capacity to drive development in their favor. The Colombo Plan Staff College started as an offshoot of the Colombo Plan for Socio-Economic Development. CPSC was established in Singapore to serve as a regional center for technician education and training that shall facilitate the exchange of knowledge, technology, and resources in technical education and training, or the South-South Cooperation in TET, that will support the region's human resources development. CPSC has demanded to improve the quality of technician education and training that will aid technician teacher educators, trainers, and senior administrators in the planning, development, administration, and implementation of TVET in the member countries. CPSC is presently hosted in Manila by the Government of the Philippines. Since its inception in 1973, footprints of achievements have been established by CPSC across the region, illustrating and advancing TVET development agenda based on patterns and needs of socio-economic development. To date, 16 active members of CPSC are working in synergy to strengthen TVET system in the region. Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Fiji, India, Malaysia, Maldives, Mongolia, Myanmar, Nepal, Pakistan, Papua New Guinea, Philippines, Singapore, Sri Lanka, and Thailand. Periodic goals, strategies, and objectives are laid out as the blueprint of CPSC's programs and services. The CPSC strategic plan is formulated every 5 years in consultation with participating countries. Midterm review is undertaken to ensure its relevance, update program thrusts, and align CPSC with innovations in TVET. Under the guidance of the Governing Board and leadership of the Director General, CPSC operates as an autonomous body supported by a roster of dedicated professionals and support staff. Strategic approaches are used to fulfill CPSC's mandate. Among them are training and development, strategic and action research, greening TVET initiatives, ICT learning resources development, professional internship, policy advisory, accreditation and certification of TVET systems, TVET information dissemination, consultancy services. Providing regional and in-country training programs of further professional education and in-service training is at the heart of the benefits extended to CPSC member countries. Customized courses are designed to meet specialized training needs of member and non-member countries on project basis. CPSC conducts international, regional, and national conferences, symposia, and workshops to deliberate and share best practices on emerging global, regional, and national issues. Collaborative programs are also explored to support regional initiatives and allow more developed members of CPSC to share practical experiences and progress in TVET. Promoting TVET access for all, lifelong learning, TVET for sustainable development, TVET skills development for poverty alleviation, ICT in TVET, and quality management of TVET are firmly built in CPSC strategies to meet the aspirations of the member countries. The vibrant family culture has become a consistently valued discovery at CPSC, along with the world-class training environment, facilities, and resources. In this era of knowledge-based economy, CPSC outlines as its main strategic focus the greater involvement of participating governments, building capacities of member countries in improving TVET systems, improving quality and increasing access of TVET in the region, promoting cross-border mobility in the region through harmonization of skill standards, expanding membership, strengthening linkages with development partners and fostering more linkages, strengthening financial sustainability, fostering innovation, creativity, and critical thinking, and internalizing quality culture in the college's activities through the CPSC Q culture. CPSC works in synergy with development partners to pursue its shared vision and mission across the region. The college also explores mutually beneficial partnerships to share technical and human resources, explore cooperative training and initiatives, and exchange information useful in realizing TVET goals for the Asia-Pacific region. CPSC contributes to building the human resources of Asia-Pacific region through TVET for peace and harmony in the knowledge era by internalizing the 4 T's. Teach minds, train hands, touch hearts, and transform lives. CPSC also champions the promotion of TVET for sustainable development by integrating environmental mitigation and adaptation practices in CPSC's policies, practices, and programs through the Green CPSC Drive. Much has been done. More remain to be accomplished. CPSC cooperates with the participating member governments to realize the region's goal for the human resources, who are, after all, the region's asset to reduce poverty and create strong foundation of social and economic development.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Industry Institution Engagement and Educator Summit 2021 plenary session. My name is Nur Azwani binti Zakaria and I will be the moderator for this session. Before we begin, a little bit on housekeeping notes. First, please don't forget to scan the QR codes on the screen for your attendance and also for the program's ebook. Next, if you have any question for the speaker, please type them down in the Q&A box on your screen. The committee will choose the question for the speakers accordingly. So, without further ado, let's continue with the program. Ladies and gentlemen, in this plenary session, we have three speakers who will deliver their presentations. They are Professor Takashi Yasuno from University of Tokushima, Japan. Next, we have Professor Insinyur Dr. Nur Hayati binti Soin from University of Malaya, Malaysia. And finally, we have Mr. James Lai from Malaysia IoT Association, Malaysia. I am pleased to introduce the first speaker for this session. Professor Takashi Yasuno is from the Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, University of Tokushima, Japan. His research interest includes robotics, intelligent control, advanced motion control, and control engineering. The title of his presentation today is Application of Intelligent Control for Robots. If you have any questions about the topic during the presentation, don't forget to use the Q&A box. We will address them accordingly at the end of Professor Yasuno's presentation. Without further ado, please welcome Professor Takashi Yasuno.
Okay, thank you for your introduction. Can you hear my voice? Okay. I'm Takashi Yasuno from Tokushima University, Japan. I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to introduce my research. Today, I would like to talk about application of intelligent control for robots. This is a stuffed robot of the Tokushima University's mascot character TalkPhone, which was developed in my laboratories. So, first of all, please watch the promotion video of Tokushima University for a while.
Tokushima Prefecture, where the university is located, is easily accessed from the rest of Japan. Tokushima is endowed with a wonderful environment with opulent greenery, perfectly clear rivers, and gentle breezes. The region is known for its many tourist resources relating to art and culture and the natural environment, including the world-renowned Awa Odori dance, the Awa Puppet Theater, boasting a 400-year tradition, and marine sports that are popular with young people. Tokushima University has two campuses in the center of Tokushima City. As a university with strengths in the sciences, Tokushima fosters engineers and other technical specialists who combine general competence with specialization, training researchers and developers in a range of specialist areas. Tokushima University Hospital and various other research centers are also located on the campus, making it a major center for life science. Consequently, we are pursuing numerous international level research projects and unique education and research activities. As a research university that leverages research outcomes in its education, Tokushima stands among the top universities in the world and is highly regarded both within and outside Japan. In 2014, Professor Shuji Nakamura, a graduate of the Faculty of Engineering of Tokushima at the University of California, Santa Barbara, won the Nobel Prize for Physics for his contribution to the commercialization of blue LEDs. 218 international students from 30 countries are studying at Tokushima University. Tokushima University has concluded academic exchange agreements with about 60 universities worldwide and has strongly supported Tokushima University students studying abroad. Tokushima University considers understanding different cultures through international exchange activities and contributing to the development of education and research in the world as one of the most important missions.
Okay, thank you for watching. So, this is contents of my talk today. First, I will give a short introduction, goal of our laboratories, and 5 research teams. After that, I would like to introduce 2 research topics for application of intelligent control for robot. First is the cooperative conveyance control for multiple mobile robot system. The second is safe driving support system for electric wheelchair. Goal of our laboratory is the engineering application of intelligent processing technique for various information. In other words, our goal is to implement intelligent processing technique for various things in the world. That is, the ultimate goal is to realize the super smart society. In order to achieve our goal, laboratory has 5 research teams: renewable energy team, motion control team, oil robot team, care and welfare team, and agriculture support teams. The main research targets of each team like this. Today, I will introduce the research examples of these 2 teams, and here I will briefly introduce the research of the remaining 3 teams: renewable energy team, motion control team, and agriculture teams. First, let me introduce the motion control team. This is a simulation movie of a biped hopping robot. Mathematical model of the hopping robot has been implemented and simulate the various motions using MATLAB Simulink. Maybe I think in this case, the student uses the sim-scale match body library on the MATLAB Simulink. The internal rotor controls the posture of the upper body while the robot hopping. Next, I will introduce the agricultural robots. This is a past planning simulation of the pesticide spraying robot in a greenhouse. To save the energy consumption, so exploring the suitable paths on the simulation. And this video shows a prototype robot, a prototype of the pesticide spraying robot. And this robot can move autonomously. And this video shows a tomato harvesting robot. And this robot has a depth camera to measure the position of tomato on the 3D coordinate. And the robot close to the red tomato and touch. Okay. So finally, this movie shows a human following robot to carry the crops. This robot has only laser rangefinder in order to detect the shape of the human legs with that image camera. This is a unique point. And lastly, I would like to introduce the renewable energy teams. This team is developing the prediction model of solar radiation, wind speed, and wind direction using artificial intelligence, AI. This is an example of predicting cloud movement from weather satellite images. Before introducing specific research two examples, let's think, what is intelligence? Intelligence is a keyword of my talk today. From dictionary, we can understand and intelligence mean the behavior about knowledge and intellect, or knowledge-rich behaviors. So how do we make intelligent behavior? I think that these 5 things are important: recognition, understanding, prediction, judgment, and control. And I believe that these things should be acquired through learning. Therefore, we focus on the machine learning based on the artificial intelligence. So learning neural networks, genetic algorithms, fuzzy reasoning, and so on is very interesting. Now, I will introduce the first topic, cooperative conveyance control for multiple mobile robot system. This research aims to realize evolving intelligent robots. Suddenly, please think about this mission for a moment. There is a baggage in front of you. The baggage is too heavy to carry around. You must carry the baggage to the destination along a predetermined path. So how do you carry the baggage? However, you have several friends who have the same mission. This mission contains many difficult problems. Now, for example, how many friends? The friend is a male or female? Physical strength, and how many baggage? How many size? What kind of shape? How many weight? And what kind of path? There are obstacles on the path or not? As other information, do you know cell position, goal position, baggage position, and so on? This information are known or uncertain. This mission is very high-level mission. So now, how can we complete the mission by robots? We need to consider what are the difference between humans and robots, It is easy for humans, but difficult for robots. Human can easily do it because intelligent. So this mission can only be achieved by intelligence. What is intelligent? As an approach to solving this problem, we propose a following approach. First, we focus on two mobile robots. Two mobile robots is the smallest unit of swarm robot system. And the corporate behavior of two mobile robots is acquired by the machine learning. Therefore, algorithm becomes simple and compact to implement a small capacity microcomputer. Then all robots share the cooperative control algorithm of the two robots. By doing it, the cooperative relationship is indirectly formed without depending on the number of robots. In order to realize this approach, we focus on the complex varied neural networks. This is very unique neural networks. First, this figure shows the structure of normal hierarchical artificial neural networks. This network consists of three layers: input layer, hidden layer, and output layers. And this circle, blue circle, represents a neural model. Inside the neural model, sum and product operations are performed. And after that, finally, nonlinear transformations are performed. So in general, this part, we use the sigmoid function. The complex varied neural networks represent all parameters, input, data, and weights, and nonlinear function, and output. All parameters represent a complex number. So, and sum and product mathematical operation are performed based on the complex number. In the sum operation, the real and imaginary part are treated independently, like this. It is easy to understand this operation. And next, the product. On the other hand, the product operation represents a rotation of the complex vector, like this. So, therefore, we consider that the complex varied neural networks is very conveniently for the robot control, because the robot control treats as so many vectors. For example, the speed vector, position vector, and so on. In fact, we use complex varied neural network for the swarm robot control, like this. Input the position vector of target to goal, and position vector robot to target, and position of robot to robot. The output is the speed vector of each robot in the swarm robot system. In this case, the number of weights are set to 61. Very, very simple and compact complex varied neural network. Next is the running method. There are two ways to train the complex varied neural networks: supervised learning and unsupervised learning. However, in this mission, in this problem, it is impossible to present the teaching data in advance. So we used genetic algorithm as unsupervised learning. So in this case, weights of neural networks represent the gene sequence. So gene length is set to 122. Next, this is the experimental setup for the Swarm robot system. A video camera installed on the ceiling measures the position of each robot and target. This camera captures robot and target, and capture the image sent to the PC through the image processing board. And in this PC, calculated the speed command based by using the compressed value neural networks. And the speed command sent to each robot to the communication unit. In this case, we use Zigbee. Okay, now this is our fabricated mobile robot. Diameter of this mobile robot is 7 centimeters. So today, I have a real robot. Can you see real robot? Very, very small. Yeah, this robot on my hand. Okay. So by using this experimental setup, so in order to ensure the validity of the proposed concept and method, so next I will show the movie of experiments. The first movie shows two robots is carrying the cylindrical target along the square path, reference path on the screen. Okay, repeat. You push. And two robots can change the formation at the corner suitably. This is the basic behavior of cooperation of the Swarm robot system. Okay. Next movie shows increase the robots and increase the number of robots. We use 6 robots, and the target is the same shape, cylindrical shape target, and change the reference path. In this case, we use S-shaped reference path. But this robot successfully conveyed the target to the destination. And this is a very interesting performance. Next, we change the target shape of the target from cylindrical to rectangular. In this case, even change the target, so this mobile robot can push the target to the destination along the reference path. And next, one of the robot breaks down and stop in the middle stage of conveyance process. But the remaining 5 robots change the formation and successfully carry the target. We can see that this system is more adaptive even when the number of robots change. This is a feature of the Swarm robot system. Next, the last video shows a case where one robot takes an arbitrary action during the conveyance process. Even in this case, cooperative conveyance is successfully finished. Change the formation and push the target successfully. Okay, let's move to the second topics. Let me introduce the second topics. This is safe driving support system for electric wheelchair. This research aims to realize a human-friendly control system. Human-friendly. Human-friendly means human mainly controls the electric wheelchair, not automatically control. So let's consider the future of human life with me. Since human life is closely related to place and action, mobility is important to maintain the quality of life, because the moving keeps the quality of life by connecting place to place. So action such as sleep, meals, acceleration, etc. Then these actions necessary for life support. As one of the tools of support mobility, the need for electric wheelchair is increasing in Japan. So in Japan is increasing and progress the aging society. So there are so many problems, serious problems. We have so many serious problems for aging society. So this research focus on this aging society to give the solution. Okay. So on the other hand, so accidents related to electric wheelchairs are also increasing, with the percentage of accident caused by mistake operation exceeding 25%. Therefore, to avoid accident using electric wheelchair and by mistake operation, we focus on the research of safe driving support system. This is a prototype electric wheelchair, so designed by the student in our laboratories. Now, our laboratory student likes to fabricate so many various things, so and has a high level skill to develop the real things. As an environmental recognition system, this electric wheelchair has a laser rangefinder and ultrasonic sensor. Laser rangefinder installed in front of the electric chair, and ultrasonic sensor equipped on the both side and rear. So this is a specification of the tested laser rangefinder. Supply voltage 24 volts and the maximum detected range 10 meter. Detected range 270 degree. Okay. So last one, the angular resolution, 0.25 degrees. And next, this is a specification of the tested ultrasonic sensor to measure the distance between the obstacle to and electric wheelchair. So maximum detection range is 6.25 meter, and the sampling time is set to 50 millisecond. Located here. Okay. And this figure shows hardware configuration of our developed electrical wheelchair. First, the operator manipulates the joystick and inputs the speed command to this microcomputer. But the safe driving support system implemented in this PC calculates the degree on collision risk, and based on the collision risk, calculated collision risk, so microcomputer readjusts the speed command. Okay. In this case, we use the fuzzy reasoning to calculate the collision danger degrees. So this part includes an intelligent feature. So this figure shows an example of driving trajectories. So this environment is a very simple environment. The straight road passes, but on the path, the obstacle located here. So this is a start position, and the electric wheelchair have to go straight and avoid the obstacle, avoid the collision for the obstacle and go straight. In this case, we use only autonomous obstacle avoidance control only. So trajectory electrical wheelchair average 0.5 per second is shown. Okay. And time to collision. This is an index of the collision margin. Okay. So where D represents the distance between electrical wheelchair and obstacle, and V means the speed of electrical wheelchair. So in this experiment, TTC on the right side, 0.554, and TTC left, 0.747. But in this part, a little danger to collision for obstacle. So it is not so good. So we want to improve this motion, more safety. In this simulation, we check the control command and degree of collision risk. This figure shows a comparison of the subject operation and the control signal calculated by the obstacle avoidance algorithm. So blue line shows the operator's manipulation signal, right side and left side. On the other hand, the red line shows the speed command from the autonomous obstacle avoidance algorithm. So, I find out the mistakes. So this part is right. I'm so sorry. Okay. And please focus on, look at this part. This part. this part. So we can see that the output signal of the operator and obstacle avoidance algorithm are very different in this part. So in this part, operator feels the automation surprise. For example, the operator wants to go straight, but the obstacle control algorithm avoids the go straight motion. So operator feels the automation surprise. So this is operator feels uncomfortably, not comfortably. Okay. So as a result, and automation surprise is here occurs here. So in other words, safety is ensured, but the operator is not able to manipulate the electric wheelchair comfortably. Not able to manipulate the electric wheelchair comfortably. Comfortably is very important to realize the human-friendly control. By presenting too much information for environmental recognition leads to operators' confusions, whereas the autonomous control causes automation supply to the operator. In order to realize both safety and comfortable to ride the electric wheelchair, it is necessary to lead the operator to safety condition implicitly. So this is a control algorithm of the proposed safe driving support system in the case of forward motion. The feature of this system is that it calculates a degree of collision risk by taking into account the operator manipulation. This part, operator manipulates the joystick to decide the speed command Y joy and X joy. This information inputs this part. This part calculates the reference speed command, V reference. And this part calculates the time to collision. Time to collision represents collision margin. Okay, and this part uses the speed reference and distance measured by the laser rangefinder and ultrasonic sensor. And finally, fuzzy reasoning calculates the danger degree alpha, parameter alpha, by using the steering angle reference and time to collision. So this method can realize the human-friendly motion. Okay. The next, this is a control algorithm of backward, but the backward is similar to the previous go forward motion, case of go forward motion. The backward only use the ultrasonic sensor data, and in the same matter, okay, same case. Okay. Finally, the speed command of the left and right side wheel are calculated by the equation, by this equation. So this equation, this part is a matrix. This matrix includes a element based on the danger degree alpha, like this. this is a very simple equation, but this equation realizes a human-friendly motion. In order to confirm the usefulness of the proposed safe driving support system, so we prepared two subjects. But today, so we have a limit of my presentation time. So today, introduced only one experimental result in the case of subject B. So subject B means beginner to manipulate this electrical wheelchair. C is not familiar with manipulate to this electric wheelchair. So first, let's watch the video. Okay. And compare with left side and right side. So left side shows without self-driving support system, and right side with safe driving support system. So we can see the difference between the without and with system. Repeat again. Okay, sorry. So subject manipulate the joystick. The first goes straight, and next to avoid the wall obstacle to change the manipulation and go straight. But it is an easy situation for beginner. But we confirm the driving trajectory. So this is a clear. So in this case, driving trajectory is not smooth, and small speed take a lot of time. On the other hand, with safe driving support system, so subject driving trajectory is very small, smooth, and but reduce slow speed and to destination. Okay, so next we confirm the manipulation signal in the case of without system and with system. Upper figure, two figures shows joystick signal and speed command without safe driving support system. So operator subject B manipulate the frequently change the manipulation of the joystick like this. So as a result, the speed command so frequently change like this. So this is unstable condition. Okay. On the other hand, in the case of with safe driving support system, so joystick signal is very simple, not change, only little change the manipulation. And as a result, so speed command is very simple. Speed up and down, up and down. So very suitable control signal. And next video shows a case of go back motion. It is quite difficult to manipulate the electric wheelchair when the safe driving support system is not implemented. And it is quite difficult to check the driving environment behind. On the other hand, when the safe driving support system is installed, you can see easily that the electric wheelchair are running smoothly. Okay, repeat again. So, subject check the obstacles surrounding electric wheelchair. And to the destination. Repeat again. But in this case, with system, so operator. This operator is a beginner, but very smoothly go back motion realized. Okay, and trajectory is not smooth. On the other hand, driving trajectory is very smooth and very high speed. Arrive at destination. Okay. Finally, let me summarize today's my talk. First, I introduce the goals of my laboratories and our 5 research teams. And then, as example of application of intelligent control for robots, I introduced a cooperative conveyance control system for swarm robots and safe driving support system for electric wheelchair. Thank you for your kind attention. So if you have any question or comment, please give me. And so time is limited, so please send me an email. It's okay. Thank you again. Finally, I would like to announce you the robot competition, Smart Under 18 Open Division. This robot contest is produced by our laboratories. I'm a general chair of SMART 2021. SMART is a robot competition using LEGO Mindstorm EV3. This robot kit is very famous all over the world. It will be held on November 13 in this year. So deadline of team entry is the end of this month. So I think it is very difficult to enter the teams. So first, please access the official website of SMART and watch the YouTube live stream. Thank you again.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor Takashi Yasuno, for an interesting presentation on application of intelligent control for robots and also for the information of the robot competition. Maybe we can have more information, or if you are interested to join the competition, you can go or log on to the respective website. So from the presentation, we can understand that there is still an unlimited number of potential for robot intelligence that we are yet to explore. Arigato gozaimasu, Professor.
Thank you.
It looks like we have 1 or 2 questions from the audience. So, Professor Yasuno, are you ready for questions?
Nothing?
Yes? Okay.
It's okay.
So, our first question
for
the day is from Mrs. Nur Hafiza Hasim regarding the multiple mobile robot system or the swarm robot system. What are the challenges for this system to be applied in a much smaller scale robot like micro robots or nano robots? Can you respond to that question, Professor?
Okay. So I want to try to the micro robot, but I don't have the fabricate techniques. So this is a limit. limit. This robot is very small, I think so, 7 centimeters diameters. But so in the future, we have the opportunity to try to the micro robot. So I tried. Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor Takashi Yasuno, for your kind response. Okay, so moving on to the next session. But before that, before we proceed with the second presentation, I have just a little bit of a reminder for the audience. For those who have not scanned the QR code, you can do so now to record your attendance. Don't forget, okay? Thank you. Now, we will go for a short commercial break. See you again. Bye, Professor. Thank you. Hello and welcome back, everyone. Moving along, let us hear from the second speaker of the session, Professor Insinyur Dr. Nur Hayati binti Soin, a senior lecturer from University of Malaya, Malaysia. For your information, Professor Nur Hayati obtained her PhD in Electrical and Electronic Systems, and to date, she holds an impressive number of high-impact publications up her sleeve. Furthermore, Professor Nur Hayati is also one of the experts in semiconductor devices and sensors in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, the title of her presentation today is Printed, Flexible and Stretchable Electronic Devices. Again, don't forget to use the Q&A box if you have any question for the speaker, okay? We will address your question accordingly at the end of the presentation. Now, let us hear from Professor Insinyur Dr. Nur Hayati. Professor, the floor is now yours. I cannot hear you, Professor. Maybe you can turn on your mic, Professor. Or maybe we can adjust the volume a bit.
Okay, can you hear me now?
All right. Okay, yes, very good. Please, Professor, the floor is yours.
Okay, so I'll start. Okay, sorry for the interruption. Okay, so I'm from a Department of Electrical Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, University of Malaya, and at the same time, I'm leading the Center of Printable Electronics, University of Malaya. So the topics of my presentation today is printed, flexible, and stretchable electronics towards wearable sensing devices. Okay, so for the introduction, so I believe that now everybody already implemented or you are already used the application of this wearable. Okay, so a wearable device is a piece of technology added to clothing and or accessories that are worn on an individual's body. So I believe if you you can see the applications, everybody maybe might using the smartwatch, right? The smartwatch and smartwatch integrated with the apps, okay, with your telephone or other electronic devices. So wearable technology is in healthcare allows patients to play a more active role in maintaining their health. So more on the monitoring. So nowadays, I believe that all people very conscious on the health monitoring. So this is why we are focusing our Center of Printable Electronics focusing on the design of the sensor for this type of application. Okay, patients equipped with wearable technologies can keep up with everything from heart rate to reproductive cycles. Okay, doctors can also use this data to craft individualized healthcare plans. So this is what we are having this, and I believe that maybe some of you already experienced in using all these applications, especially for the health monitoring and also for the fitness. Okay, nowadays, as you can see that, maybe apart from the era of post-pandemic COVID-19, you can see all the gyms now is already opening and people starts doing the workout, and that's why they are still, they are exposing to this technology in order to monitor their fitness. So fitness providers are constantly looking for engaging strategies in order to innovate in their businesses. So this is where wearable technologies is not only using for the monitoring of health, but also the industries of the fitness also using this type of technology. So there is an increasing demand for wearable devices with more and more people buying fitness watches, smart clothing, and even smart jewelry. Okay, these are the trend of the wearable technology. Okay, maybe in Malaysia, yeah, of course, we are using it, and maybe we are not most of us not aware about the trend, what's happening outside Malaysia. Okay, for this actually the trend of this wearable technology. Market size actually, as you can see, from 2016 up to the forecasting up to 2027, you can see, okay, from the wristwear, okay, you have the eyewear, headwear, bodywear, footwear, and neckwear, and others. So this worldwide market sale of wearable technology is expected to rise up to USD 104.39 billion by 2027 for their ease of use. So this is where we have, researchers, especially, worldwide, actually, they already embarked into this scope of research. And in Malaysia, I believe that there are increasing number of research groups focusing on this wearable technology research. Okay, the well-developed wearable electronics or sensing devices should feature with good, flexible, and stretchable. So as you can see that when we put the wearable, okay, for example, the wristwatch, and even if it is not wearable, nowadays you can observe maybe some of you having the handphone, special handphone with foldable handphone, right? So they need the flexible and stretchable material and design in order to realize that type of product. So the ability of continuously real-time monitoring, yeah, this is very important. Okay, if you are monitoring your health condition, of course, it must be the real-time. Comfortable, conformal, and biocompatible to the measured surface. Okay, so since this is something we put on top of the human skins, right? So it must be biocompatible. Okay, non-invasive, lightweight, compact, long reliability, low cost, high sensing performance. Okay, so that means we are looking for, of course, a very high performance, but we are also looking for the low cost. So that is the target of our printable Center of Printable Electronic in University of Malaya. So we are designing the special sensor, of course, for the biomedical applications scope into the glucose sensor by using the low cost technology. Okay, so in the past, wearable technology had to rely on rigid electronics. Okay, as you can see that nowadays we have like a printed circuit board and other electronics appliances. You can see that electronics, okay, being mounted on top of the rigid, we call it as a PCB. And even for the microchip also, they are very rigid on the hard silicon. Okay, so it is making it difficult for them to be integrated into fabrics and small devices. So that's why we want to implement the design on top of the flexible substrates. It can be a flexible substrates, and it can also be the flexible components as well. So, however, an exciting new development means that new stretchable electronics will soon become available to wider use in the wearable technical industry. So, of course, as I mentioned before, okay, nowadays very easy for us to see people with all this wearable technology, especially in sports. Okay, a few months ago, for those who observe the Olympics, right? And you have the Paralympic. Yeah, you can see how the development or the implementation of the wearable technology in order to monitor maybe the results, okay, measurement, and to monitor the fitness of the athletes. Okay, these flexible components are meant to stay operative even when their shape is manipulated to fit with fabrics or other wearables. So, of course, in the first view, we can imagine how complex it is, but actually they already done this. They are already realized this technology. Okay, developing flexibility and related properties such as stretchability into these systems enables electronics to be added in a wider range of applications and products where the flexibility is essential. Okay, so at this moment, I believe that I already started with this research and already started the fabrication of this particular sensors. And for the software, for the designing or modeling, we still have the limitation because what we are having in market, actually, the modeling software based on the we call it as a rigid transistors, not for the flexible or stretchable devices yet. Yeah, maybe some other groups they are working on the developing of the modeling or the simulator for these flexible and stretchable components. Okay, using technologies such as printed electronics, new form factors and new products can be developed. Okay, so this is the 10-year market projections split by materials and components. As you can see, by 2028, okay, the projection, okay, we can have the rising up of the total revenue. Okay, this is on all the stretchable application of the stretchable material and components. You have stretchable displays, stretchable logic, stretchable energy storage harvesting, actuators, and other type of sensors. Okay, you can have nowadays you can have different when we are talking about the printing. for the stretchable, people looking for the best suitable, appropriate recipe for the inks. Okay, so that's why it comes with the tentative trend on the production of the stretchable conductive inks. Okay, this is the introduction of the printed electronics. Yes, actually, if you are talking about the fabrication of electronics, okay, we have the fabrication doing in the cleaning room. Okay, what we want to focus here is we want to do the printing of the small electronics, okay, miniaturized electronics, but we are not going to use the same principle of fabrication method as microchip fabrication. So that's why we would like to introduce the printing technology for the electronics, but on flexible electronics. So you have the flexible, you can integrate, okay, we call it as a hybrid electronics, okay, everything being printed. Okay, so printed electronic is a set of printing methods used to create electrical devices on various substrates. Okay, so this printing typically uses common printing equipment suitable for defining patterns on material such as screen printing, flexography, gravure, offset lithography, and inkjet. So since we are doing printing, of course, we need to use the printer. So maybe at the high end, you have the 3D printer. But when we are talking about the low cost, okay, it depends on the applications. Then we have to apply different techniques of printing. Nonetheless, flexible electronics are not as efficient as silicon ICs for computation and signal communication. As you know that if you are talking about the chips fabrication, okay, microchip fabrication, of course, they are very, they are using the mass production of this particular device. But when we are talking about the interfacing, because since we are not fabricating the we call what we call as a processors with a billion of transistors, okay, people manage to print on the using this printed electronics for the integrated or integration circuit, okay, which did not involve millions or billions of transistors. Because of course when we are talking about the high volume processors with billions, so we need to now of course they already done the research on the fabricating of the processors using the printed electronics, but yet they still need time to explore more on the suitability in order to fabricate the billions of transistors on top of the flexible substrates. Okay, so flexible hybrids electronics, FHE, leverages the strengths of these two dissimilar technologies. Okay, you have the silicon IC, of course, very rigid, and you can have the flexible substrate. Okay, it uses flexible and printed electronics where flexibility and scalability are required for sensing, actuating, and silicon ICs for computation and communication purpose. Okay, of course, what we can see when we design the circuits or when we design the electrodes for sensors, very easy for us to print the electrodes or other sensing components. But when it comes to the circuits, of course, we need to have the suitable numbers of transistors or suitable numbers of electronic components in order to do the printing or using the conventional type of fabricating of that transistors on silicon. Okay, combining flexible electronics and silicon ICs yields a very powerful and versatile technology with a vast range of applications. As you can see here, okay, you can have something printed, something on the transparencies, plastic, and over here also you can have the whole system. Okay, where you can have printed sensors and circuits, and then you have thin silicon ICs. Okay, in the middle, and you have the printed antennas for wireless power and communication. Okay, this is what we call as a flexible hybrid electronics, where you have still have silicon IC microchip, but it is embedded on the substrate of flexible. Okay, so you have the printed energy harvesting and storage and printed display. So this is what when we design the wearable, of course, we are we have to focus on the energy. Okay, how do you want to power up your sensor? That's why we can apply the energy harvesting storage system. But this energy harvesting storage system also we can design based on the printed electronics. Okay, so this is the difference between the traditional electronics and printed electronics, as I mentioned just now. Okay, just to wrap up the properties of traditional electronics, where this is the process where you have to do it in the cleaning room. Okay, must be clean because we want to avoid from contaminant. Okay, devices run fast, and as you can see, yeah, of course, when we are talking about this traditional electronics, it is made on the rigid silicon wafers or glass. Okay, so of course it is a batch production because we produce the processors with billion of transistors fabricated on this type of silicon wafers. Okay, so it is a cohesive industry. For printed electronics, yeah, it can be printed on a roll, non-clean room. Yeah, that's what we call it as a low cost. And yeah, devices run slowly. Of course, you cannot, you have the limitation in order to design the circuits to control the sensors on top of this. And yeah, chip processing. And this is the something that you have to print on the flexible films. Okay, paper, plastic, or rigid glass. And devices are small or large, can be done and can be transparent. Okay, it depends on the substrate, or it depends on the component materials itself, and it's still early stage technology, and it's a diverse industry. And yeah, of course, diverse industry because, you know, when we are talking about the sensors, okay, printing technology on flexible is only the platform. So the application can be, I mean, in so many fields. For example, it is for the health monitoring, fitness, and it can be on other thing. For example, you can have the, yeah, maybe on the agriculture, right? Okay, maybe on monitoring the whales, monitoring the sharks, right? You can put something on the skin, but of course, you can put something very hard for the substrate on the skin of the shark or the whale. So we need the something like the patch, okay, something that is flexible, comfort, that can be stick or can be implanted into the skin. Okay, so these are about the summary of the printing technologies. Yeah, when we are talking about printing flexible, so there are many ways how to produce it, and it depends on the availability or the cost or the budget. Okay, we start from the, you can have the inkjet printing. Okay, for the inkjet printing, okay, you can have non-contact technique with adjustable nozzle conditions. Okay, you have the inkjet printing where it depends, okay, on the type of printing. Okay, you have the type of different ink to be used. And then you have screen printing. Okay, you have screen printing, and then you have the gravure printing. Okay, you have the roll. Okay, uses engraved cylinders for patterning with roll-to-roll deposition. Okay, again, all these type of printing technologies, it depends on the applications, and it depends on the costing of the manufacturer. Okay, for other printings, okay, it can be aerosol jet printing, flexographic printing, and offset printing. And for the this type of printing, okay, transfer printing, it is a nano imprinting, okay, involve stamping process of a pattern on mold into resist material of receiver substrate. And this is the very high end that I have mentioned just now, people talking about the 3D printing. So this is, as you can see, for this 3D printing, this is the specialized for hybridizing fabrication for electrodes and interconnects. So for this 3D printing, is a very, it is very, high tech, and it involves a high cost. Okay, nowadays people want, especially on the biomedical devices, right? You can see all the, small or on the surgery, we call it as a surgery accessories. Okay, like a knife, and then the small components. Okay, nowadays they are doing it by 3D printing. That is on the structure. But in terms of printing of the interconnects, okay, and the fabrication, we can also use the 3D printing. Okay, in my center, okay, Center of Printable Electronics, yeah, we have the capability of 3D printing for two types of 3D printers, and we also have the inkjet printing and screen printing. Okay, so this is the printing characteristic and applications. As I mentioned just now, you have the freedom choice. What type of printing method that you are going to use? Okay, you have the for example, if you use the inkjet printing, yeah, of course it is easy printing, and also it is a low cost and minimal contamination and waste. But disadvantage, prone to clogging and nozzle damage. Okay, so this is a real what we were facing last time during the MCO. Okay, when we left our lab for a few months, this inkjet, for the inkjet printer, we are having a problem when we came back that our printer already clogged and nozzle damage, so we have to maintain before we start doing the printing. Okay, for the screen printing, okay, it is a low fabrication cost for mass production, okay, but it is limited by accuracy, control on thickness, waste, heavy process. Gravure, okay, advantage is high speed and suitable for high volume printing, but it requires different costly engraved cylinders for every pattern. And for the transfer or nano imprint, okay, you have the advantage of nano structure patterning with less than 1 micron meter mismatch, and for the disadvantage, pattern layer easily damaged due to air bubbles and ink sticking. Okay, so since this is a very tedious process, right? So the printing process have to be done in a very careful. Okay, for the final printing, we have the 3D. Okay, the advantage is high precision, okay, paste deposition and support convertible design files. Only use dedicated ink cartridges filament. So this is a very high technology systems where the cost also you need to have the big budget in order to realize the 3D printing. Okay, as you can see, you have this is the printing speed. Okay, of course, if you are doing research, right, so we are not going to have a very high speed. Again, it depends on the budget of our equipments. Okay, so when we want to choose, okay, the technology, okay, we have to consider, okay, what would be the the output. Okay, how about the resolution? How about the output performance of the devices? Okay, so as you if you can view these applications, okay, displays, sensors, energy electronic devices. Okay, you can have inkjet printers, thin film transistors being implemented on this flexible substrate. And for the 3D printed supercapacitors, okay, for the energy storage, when we are talking about the printing technology, okay, for the whole systems, we also need the 3D printed supercapacitors in order to do the storage. Okay, and screen printed electrochemical sensor. Yeah, of course, if you can see this is only the structure of the sensor, the sensing element, but not including the we call it as a interfacing circuit with transistors. This is the we call it as a transistors film, thin film transistors, because you have to integrate between the sensor structure and the electronic circuits, but using the same technology. And this is the gravure printed solar cells. Okay, of course, if you are doing the mass production, you want to print, okay, so you have to use this gravure printed solar cells. And this is transfer printed light emitting diode. So this when we want to choose, so we have to choose based on the applications on the product that we are doing. Okay, so this is the example of the towards autonomous epidermal systems. Okay, so of course, when we are talking about the epidermal systems, you need something to be located on top of the skins. Okay, so for these autonomous lab on skin systems, okay, that you are using the techniques of printable, flexible, okay, of course you need energy source, transducers, converter, storage, sensor, actuator. Okay, so for this whole thing, okay, as you can see, the whole spectrum of design. Okay, you have the vibrational, thermal, chemical, and then you have the solar. Okay, so you have the autonomous lab on skin, and it is produced using this transparent electrode. Okay, so that's why when we are talking about the patch, okay, everything would be embedded in the patch. So even the storage, okay, you can see the flexible, stretchable storage systems, okay, with all the cathode, anode gel, and all the printed electrodes for this particular sensing. So you can have this as a patch, smart patch. We can say as a smart patch, but it is actually okay. This patch would process everything what's happening in the human body, and it would transmit the signals. That's why you can have the system with the patch. With the printed antenna as well. Okay, so these are the challenges and strategies for flexible, stretchable devices to work on human body safely. So, of course, compatibility is very important, especially for this wearable technology. Okay, so for this aspect, there are three. So you have mechanical, biological, and thermally. Okay, so of course, mechanical, you are looking at stretchability, conformal contact, and skin-like stress-strain behavior. So you have the strategies. Yeah, when we are talking about the stretchability, of course, you have to design the structure, okay, the geometrical design. Okay, conformal contact, you have the substrate, okay, make you comfortable with that type of substrate. And skin-like means strain-limiting substrate. Biological, of course, when we're talking about the biological, you have the printed textile, smart textile, right? It must be the properties must be you have to make sure that it is breathable, okay, and then biodegradability, no rejection, and inhibition of bacteria. So of course nowadays you can see you can hear about nanoparticles, right? Nanowire. Okay, so they are using it in order to inhibit the bacteria on this type of biological aspect of the design for the wearable. Okay, for the thermally, yeah, of course, thermal management is very important. Okay, you must have the thermal conductivity enhanced substrate or heat sink. Okay, so this is for the safety. Okay, this is another example of the flexible electrochemical sensor for non-invasive sweat analysis. So as you can see over here, okay, this is a system, okay, where you have the this is something that you put on onto the skin. It is like the again the patchable, where over here you can see you have the electronics, and again you have the mechanical part for the electrodes. So you have the hybrid. Okay, what I mentioned before this, we have the hybrid, flexible hybrid. You have the electronic circuits, okay, on the flexible substrate, and again it would be integrated with the printed sensor. So this is what happened on the analysis, and it can be done, okay, once you put the patch, and we call it as a lab. Okay, you have the processing happening here, and there is a wireless control, and this wireless device, okay, communication can link with the devices such as a handphone or a computer for monitoring. Okay, so this is what we call it as a system of sweat extraction and sensing platform and relevant electrodes, right? So you can see that even the electrode also, they are doing the printing using the printing technology, apart from the fabrication of the electrodes in the cleaning room itself. Okay, so I would like to conclude my talk. For the printable electronics have shown significant effects in many cutting-edge applications for wearable technology, especially in the fields of personalized healthcare or biomedical, environmental and process control monitoring, human-machine interface, and flexible electronic devices. Printed electronics have many advantages over conventional components. The main advantages are flexibility of the component and lower setup cost for manufacturing. And there is no one correct printing technique for all applications. As I mentioned just now, right, there are many techniques, and again, it depends on the costing, it depends on the applications as well. The limitations of each method must be considered and the best option chosen for the situation. Reliability concerns must also be considered when choosing a printing technique and material. So as you can see that when we are talking about the reliability, that means that is we call it as a aging, or we call it as a lifetime of that particular devices. That's why it is very important. Reliability is one aspect, to be considered when we do this design for the wearable technology for human applications. With that, thank you for your attention.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor Insinyur Dr. Nur Hayati, for a very informative presentation. It felt like I was sitting through a microelectronics lecture. That's how informative the session was, Professor. Thank you very much. On a serious note, we hope that there will be many more research that could be conducted on the flexible and stretchable electronics devices so that it could be enjoyed and benefited by the masses. I think we still have some time for a Q&A session. Are you ready, Professor?
Yes, please.
All right.
Should I stop sharing? Sorry, madam.
Comes from Mr. Muhammad Ismail bin Juso. Okay, Professor?
Yeah, I'm ready, but should I stop sharing my slide?
Sure, if you want to.
Okay.
No problem.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
I'm ready for the question.
All right. Thank you, Professor. So the question is from Mr. Muhammad Ismail bin Juso. And the question is, how can we retrofit or reposition the current technology to develop the printed flexible and stretchable electronics devices? Professor?
Okay, thank you for the question, Mr. Ismail and Madam Moderator. Yeah, as I mentioned just now, I would say that if in Malaysia, we are very new in printed and flexible or stretchable stretchable electronics technology. But of course, we cannot, we cannot compete with the traditional, fabrication technology of microchip or microprocessor. What we can do is actually we can do the design and realization of the part of the sensing, and the interfacing circuit of the sensor system. Yeah, of course. Of course, nowadays we want to focus on the low cost instead of instead of having 3D printing, such as a very high cost application. Equipments. We can we call it as innovatively design our own inkjet printing.
So the issue would be the cost.
Pardon?
Is it? The main issue is the cost?
There is a special techniques there. If we want to have a very low cost, we can use inkjet. We can use a screen printing, but it depends on the product, what we want to produce. If the precise product, precise dimensions, we need to use a very highly sophisticated 3D printing.
Okay, I hope Mr. Ismail is happy with the answer. All right. So the second question comes from Mr. Muhammad Fahmi, all right, from the Q&A box. Okay, so in your opinion, Professor, how will this new technology give effect to the manufacturing processes? Can you explain more on that?
Okay, thank you for the question, Mr. Fahmi. Manufacturing process at this moment, if in Malaysia, yeah, of course, we are still on the doing the, the manufacturing. There is no batch manufacturing, right? Because when we are talking about the sensors, we cannot do the manufacturing something like processors. Okay, microchip production or microprocessor production, because it's not batch production there, in which a microprocessor will be used by all the laptop or computers or other electronic devices. But when we are talking about the sensors are very subjective. So on the manufacturing, of course, we cannot. It would affect not the whole. Whole line of production, because there must be the general steps, but the material could be the change. Okay, different. We have to change the system, because we need to change the silver ink into maybe some other type of ink. So that's why it is very dynamic. The process itself, manufacturing might have different modules, because we cannot fit to the same applications. Medical might have a special manufacturing line in order to use the biocompatible material. All right, for another.
Excuse me, Professor. Cannot hear you. I think something is wrong with the internet connection. Professor? Professor, are you still with us? I think something is wrong with the internet connection. Maybe we can wait for a few minutes for Professor to respond to us. Okay, I think something is not right with the internet connection. Maybe you can, for the audience, maybe you can put or type down your question so that when the professor comes back, she can read and answer from the audience. In the meantime, let's go for a short commercial break.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the plenary session. Okay, unfortunately we cannot continue our session with Professor Insinyur Dr. Nur Hayati due to some technical problems. But Professor, if you are watching this, thank you very much for your time, for the knowledge and for the sharing session. Okay, let's continue with the next presenter, Mr. James Lai. Without wasting our time, I would like to welcome the third presenter or speaker for the day, Mr. James Lai, the President of Malaysia IoT Association. For your information, Mr. James has 20 years of experience in engineering field, and to date, he has held many technical roles excellently. Mr. James is the founder and principal consultant for IoT Labs, which is an IoT consultancy and integration services firm. The title of Mr. James' presentation today is The Hypernet of Things, Empowering the Fourth Industrial Revolution. I believe we can learn a lot from his presentation. Just a little reminder, don't forget to use the Q&A box to ask any question to the speaker. Again, we will address your question accordingly at the end of the presentation if the time and line permits. Now, without further delay, please welcome Mr. James Lai.
Hello, everyone. Very good morning.
Mr. James, we cannot hear you. Yeah. Hello?
Hello. Yeah, I am.
Yeah, okay.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but can you turn your volume a little bit louder?
Okay,
If you
it's
can. If you,
quite loud. Quite loud. Can you hear me?
Okay. All right.
Can you hear me?
It's good now. Thank
Yeah.
you. The floor is yours.
Again, very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you are logging in from to view this live event. First of all, I'd like to thank MJIIT for inviting me to talk about IoT. First off, a little bit about MyIoTA or Malaysia IoT Association. We are actually a trade association founded in 2016, right? Our vision is actually to champion and realize the full potential of IoT as part of the nation's digital economy and empowering us towards the fourth industrial revolution. So at the moment, these are our members. Collectively, we have membership coming from multinationals, GLCs, startups, SMEs, and also government agencies. So we are still a small association. At the moment, we have about 80 plus members. And our members actually are quite active in all areas of IoT, right? IoT is very big in terms of its applications and usage. These are some of the verticals and horizontals our members are broken up into. So again, we pride ourselves as providing the largest platform for all IoT players to play a part in the ecosystem. If you want to find more about each of our members, you can go to this website on the right over here to learn about what they do and what they can provide for your IoT projects, solutions, and services. So we also work with the well-known global research or consultancy companies such as IDC, Gartner, A.T. Kearney, and Roland Berger, right? We are actually regarded by some of them as one of the key players in the region, right? Providing the IoT forum ecosystem and also partners, right? In solving any problems from smart cities, smart agriculture, healthcare, and so forth. We are quite active in working with the government, right? We actually in part of the different blueprints, right, or task force set up by the government, right? Started with the National IoT Roadmap, the e-commerce roadmap, and recently with the National 5G Task Force and also the Industry Forward Policy, right? So we work closely with different agencies, partners, other associations to realize the full potential of IoT in all these areas. So what do you see in common with these things? Right, I give you a few seconds, right? Again, you have a cassette, you have a VCR, right? You have cameras, right? Again, for some that are not that are born after maybe 2000, some of these products you might not see them every day, right? Some of them born in the 80s and 70s, you still can recognize some of these products, right? Well, what do they have in common? First of all, you have all these products you see previously in your pocket right now. I can guarantee you that, right? The other thing is that some of the products you see, right, like the camera, the cassette, right? Some of you might not have seen it actually, right? If you are young, some of them are obsolete or doesn't exist anymore, right? Again, I think most logging in, I don't think any of one of you own a analog camera, right? A camera, right? Everyone owns a smartphone, but not a camera. Last but not least, what's in common is that those things that still exist, your watch, your sneakers, right? Your everyday appliances, right? Will have an embedded PC, or what I call a microcontroller, right? It comes with an app that you can connect to the device or smart things, and usually it's connected to the internet, right? That is what brought towards what I call IoT or Internet of Things, right? So basically, what I'm talking about is your smartphone. Everyone would have a smartphone in their pocket, and depending on the apps they're using, right, you actually replaces most of these common things objects, right? You use it as an e-wallet for payment, take pictures, cameras. Some cases, the phone has built-in capability to monitor your heartbeat, again, blood pressure and stuff like that. So we are living in the era of the Internet of Things. Again, there's a lot of definitions you can find out there. If you search IoT, a lot of definitions. But my definition is that for something to be termed as an IoT, it needs to be able to connect, right, to the internet, obviously. It needs to be able to collect data using the onboard sensors, right, on the device or on the thing itself, and is able to communicate, right, the data collected into something more meaningful, right? So for example, from the data collected from the machine, right, in smart manufacturing, you can actually derive it, use the data to derive what I call operational efficiency of the particular machine and so forth. That's why I call it the 3 Cs of IoT. So in a nutshell, IoT, you have two segments. You have the industrial IoT, right, which I'm gonna focus more about. And then you have the consumer IoT. So consumer IoT are your smartwatches, smart sneakers, home automation, tablets, PCs, laptops, and so forth. The industrial is basically the same technology, right? Industrialize it, more rugged, and use it in the factory floor, right? Smart factory, smart grid, smart machines, autonomous car, electric cars, robots, right? Hospital, telemedicine, tele-robots, and so forth. In a nutshell, IoT is not new, right? Basically, it's a combination of information technology, right? Computers, database, IT, right? And operational technology, OT, the hardware and software that you use to control or monitor the plant, right? Or control of physical processes. You combine these two together, right? And then with AI, analytics, big data, cloud, 5G, you are able to deliver digital services, right, through these two combination. Why is it important? Again, you probably read a lot of all the data, right? One data point is that by 2025, it's predicted that the whole world will have 50 billion smart objects, right? Outpacing obviously the population, meaning that each person on the earth would have at least 8 or 10 smart devices, right? The adoption rate of IoT is actually 5 times faster than electricity or even telephones, right? And it will actually keep on growing. Again, in terms of dollar and cents, again, there's a research coming from Ericsson, right, and Goldman Sachs, I think IoT will create a potentially 4 to 11 trillion in economic value, right? And I think this number is probably much more greater, partly driven by the current pandemic. So IoT in a nutshell have redefined how we do business, how companies sell the products, how companies create new revenue streams, right, based on IoT, right, for the smart products, right? Again, a lot of use cases you can find out there. We are living in a on-demand, disruptive technologies coming together and on play. Point is that the largest taxi companies in the world doesn't own a single vehicle, right? The largest hotel chain in the world does not own or even have to manage a single property. The largest retailers in the world are not the brick and mortar retailers, right? But rather those that exist virtually on the internet, and they don't keep any stocks. Again, this example is in popular these few days. The largest media company in the world, they create no content, which is Facebook. And much recently, if we see, this is the market capitalization, right? Market cap before the pandemic, and I've actually did a bit of research, all right? After the pandemic, the value of these internet giants have actually increased much more, right? The last example is, again, everyone I think is have watched a Squid Game, right? Which is the highest topping streaming series in TV, right? Again, it was developed by Netflix, which is the largest TV channel in the world, but they don't own any broadcast stations, right? So we are living in the current digital lifestyles, right? These are the apps, right? Common apps. I think everyone has. These are actually the apps I find in my phone, and I practically use them on a daily basis, right? I guess some of you might have less apps. Some of you might have even more apps, right? Different gaming apps, things like that. Again, in some cases, some of you might have smart devices, right? So what's common terminology is that we are relying on a lot of digital services, apps, and also smart appliances or IoT devices in our everyday lives, right? And especially during the pandemic, we will even have a greater reliance, right? Adapting to this different what I call a digital lifestyle. What's common in all these apps is that they collect data. And that is how a lot of companies like Google, Facebook, Amazon, right, Shopee generates their value through the data that's been collected, right? We use all these apps technically free of charge, right? But in return, they get our data, and they use the data to, again, track advertisers, to drive the e-commerce, to drive usage, and also track our behavior, right? So again, this is a report coming from IDC that estimate that 41.6 billion devices will be connected by 2025. And in return, these devices will create up to 79.4 zettabyte, right? So for those who are not familiar with what is a zettabyte, if let's say 1 gigabyte is a single brick in the Great Wall of China with 79.4 zettabyte, right? You can make or build 258 Great Wall of China. So Great Wall of China is the largest man-made object or monument that can be seen from space, right? Again, that is a lot of bricks and a lot of data, right? We've seen actually already a lot of applications of IoT in Malaysia. For those who have, again, exposed to, insurance companies are actually giving smartwatches to track your lifestyle, right? Based on your activities, right? You will actually have a reduction on premium for the next year. There's actually another insurance company, forgot the name, right? But basically, when you buy a car insurance, they will install a IoT device in your car and track your driving behavior, right? If you always speed or brake very roughly, right, your premium actually goes up. If you drive carefully, right, a safe driver, your premium actually goes down. So they call this concept usage-based insurance. There are also other usage for like fleet tracking, management, smart vending machines, where you can order the product, right, before you reach the physical location and just pick it up. Smart laundry systems, where you just leave your laundry into IoT-enabled compartments, right, and then you can pick it up and alert you when the laundry is ready, and so forth. So there are a lot of the IoT applications already happening right now, right? One of the challenges with IoT is, again, the business model, right? One thing for you to take advantage of IoT is basically to own or buy the smart devices themselves, right? Things in your smart home, smart cameras, they are getting more and more affordable, right? But still not affordable for everyone. In some cases, the business model involves giving the product free, right, and extracting data through the IoT product, right, to generate the revenue, right. Again, this is business model is coming from one of our members. This is a startup. What they provide is a IoT AI based service, right, that will monitor the chiller performance and overrides the control system of the chiller to optimize savings. So on paper, they are able to save up to 30% of the electrical consumption of chillers, right? So they will install the sensors free of charge. They will sign a contract with the building owner, right? And then extract the savings, right? For example, if they are paying about 100 ringgit per month for the electricity bills, right? They're able to save 30 ringgit. So maybe they'll take 20 ringgit, right? And then the contract could be over 2 or 5 years. And if the customer wants to enjoy all the savings, they can outright buy over the contract, right? So this is a subscription-based model. The other model would be asset-based, meaning that so this is coming from Amazon. So Amazon actually have this product called Amazon Button, right? It's actually an IoT device. It's a microcontroller with Wi-Fi, right? For example, if you put it onto your washing machine, once you run out of detergent, you press that button, it will order the detergent from Amazon automatically without going through any payment, e-wallet, e-payment, right? And then it will arrive. Another usage is that if you put it to your printer, once your printer runs out of ink, you press that button, it will automatically order and place order for toner or ink cartridges for your printer. So it removes the traction of going online, going to the app, and buying the product itself. Again, this product actually from Amazon actually is obsolete. I think since it's not because it's not popular, because a lot of the printers, the washing machines, the fridges already have the built-in intelligence, right? So now some smart fridges, it monitors the food you have in your compartment, and you will give it permission and settings, right? It will order food from Amazon directly and deliver to the house. Again, we are living in the future, right? For those who are noting and all the development, noticed lately, I think early this year, Elon Musk, everyone has heard Elon Musk, have a startup called Neuralink, right? Where it produces an IoT device that embeds into your brain, and it monitors your brainwave, right? And from the brainwave, they can predict your movement. They actually showed a pretty interesting YouTube. This is the link for the YouTube, where they put the brain sensor in the monkey here, and the monkey can use the thoughts to play Pong, right? Pong is a video game. So instead of moving the controllers using their fingers, right, they just use the brain, right? So again, sounds very science fiction, right? But it's a reality, right? So at the moment, they also design the robot that does the actual implant. So the implant is done by the robot, and it will have an app that communicates with the implant. So right now they're still doing the research. Probably will take a few more years to pass through the US FDA, right? But again, this technology is coming. So in a nutshell, we have seen a lot of interesting technologies coming together at a very fast pace, right? Brain sensors, you have drones, you have nanotech, you have 3D printing, blockchain, artificial intelligence, AR, VR, you name it. And again, you only hear of all this technology coming probably the last 5 to 10 years, right? They actually gave a term for this sort of like scenario. They call it the fourth industrial revolution, right? So with the fourth industrial revolution, we've seen a lot of massive innovation coming, a lot of new technologies, 5G, AR, VR, IoT coming at a fast pace, and this will greatly change the way we live, the way we do business, right? And also our society in general. You also heard of this term, Industry 4.0. So we have fourth industrial revolution, you have Industry 4.0, and again, we also have IoT, right? Again, most people use them interchangeably, right? They are related, but not identical. The term Industry 4.0 is actually originated from a high-tech project strategy of the German government. And then the fourth industrial revolution term came out from the World Economic Forum. So just to give you an idea, these terms are all interrelated, right? But again, they have different concepts, right? So the IoT actually is the earliest term. It was coined by Sir Kevin Ashton way back in 1999. Industry 4.0, I think, came out in 2012, 2013. And the fourth industrial revolution actually came out from the World Economic Forum in 2016, right? Again, another term you've probably heard of is Society 5.0, right? And then it is trying to compare with Industry 4.0. So in a nutshell, Society 5.0 is technology-based, right? We're moving from hunter-gatherer, production, computers, now to a super smart society, right? As you can see, it's very parallel to some of these terms like Industry 4.0, which talk about mechanization, production, factory automation, and so forth. I think for those who are locked in today, the last 2 years has been very challenging for a lot of people. In fact, I think in 2020 April, we did our first online webinar, right? Like what we're doing right now currently, actually covering how IoT can be used to fight the pandemic. So we actually have members showcasing and talk about things like indoor location tracking, right? How to do social distancing, sensors that monitor fever, temperature, humidity, infrared cameras, and UVC, or again, UVC sanitizer using ultraviolet rays, right? Okay, to kill viruses, right? If you're interested in how IoT can be used to fight the pandemic, you can actually go to our Facebook page and look for the live stream of this event. So with the amalgamation of different technologies, Industry 4.0, for Industrial Revolution, all right? Again, basically, technology stacks like IoT, AI, and 5G, we've seen new enhanced customer experiences being created, right? Digital services being created, a lot of startups, right? Doing AR, VR, IoT. And we will see eventually more and more business models being created, right? They will operate in a fully autonomous, context-aware environment, creating what I call the Hypernet of Things. Okay, so actually I gave the term Hypernet of Things is a new term actually from MyIoTA, right? Because IoT was developed way back in 1999. So in 1999, there's no such thing as 3G or 4G or Wi-Fi or Bluetooth. Doesn't exist yet. The only thing is the Ethernet, our wired Ethernet. So with the existence of all these wireless technologies, sensors, 5Gs, and also sub-ecosystems of HyperNet, right? That's why we come up with this term, the HyperNet of Things, right? If you want to know more about, again, HyperNet of Things, you can go to my article on Medium, right? Last but not least, I think everyone heard of this term, the metaverse, right? This would be the next stage of, I would say, both IoT and also the Ethernet, right? Again, a lot of players are spending a lot of things on this, right? So in a nutshell, I would see the metaverse being created, leveraging of technologies that was developed previously, such as IoT, AI, VR, and so forth. Again, it will be interesting to see how this will take up moving forward, right? So with that, I've ended my presentation. I'll pass the floor back to the MC. Thank you. Hello, I cannot hear you. Yeah, I cannot hear. Yes.
Okay, can you hear
Okay.
me
Yes.
now?
Yes, I can hear. I can hear you now.
So sorry for the technical issues.
Yeah. No problem.
Okay, again, I would like to thank Mr. James Lai very, very much for an engaging presentation. Now, it is no wonder that IoT has been the buzz for quite some time, as everything is interconnected on the internet. There are many possibilities of IoT that should be explored, especially from the consumer's point of view. All right, Mr. Lai, I think we still have time for Q&A session. Would you be able to
Yeah, sure,
answer a
sure.
few questions from the
I
audience?
think for the audience, if you want to type in the chat box, right, I will try to take the questions. Or if you have anything to comment, feel free to let me know.
Okay, we already gathered two questions from
Okay.
the.
I cannot hear you. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, I mean, maybe you can type in, if you can hear me, you can type into the comment box. I can also take the questions from the comment box. Are you typing in the comment box? Yeah.
Okay, so we have the question from the chat box.
Okay. I don't see. Is there a question? No.
Is there a question?
No, the last comment is 4 p.m. 4:03 p.m., but it's not a comment.
Okay, can you hear me now, Mr. Lai?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, so there is one question from Mr. Mohaimin Muhammad.
Okay.
Okay, so the question is, in terms of security of IoT ecosystem, in your opinion, how could we prevent a breach from outside?
Well, that's a great question, right? Security or cybersecurity in the IoT devices. I think that there is a lot of debate on it, right? I think if you look at lately, I think this is what's maybe 3-4 years back, right? There was a big case of cybersecurity intrusion on IoT, where all the smart cameras of a certain vendor, right, was being hacked, right? But the issue is not because of the security employed in the camera. Most people who buy this camera, they don't change the password, right? So the hacker, with the knowledge of the default password of the camera, able to hack into the cameras where the user don't really change the default password. So I think that's a user behavior, right? But obviously, we encourage any IoT, our members, to look at cybersecurity as the key when they develop their software stack, right? One of the issues that a lot of the IoT developers, not only in Malaysia, around the world, they use open source. So when you use open source, you just copy the whole code, right? And that open source is not developed for industrial use, right? So they might have leave loophole into it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Basically, in the IoT space, you face the same challenges as when you write computer software, right? But in some cases, because IoT devices don't run Windows, right? They don't. Most of
Okay.
them don't run Android. Some of them don't have any operating
Mm-hmm.
system. So it's actually technically much harder to hack an IoT device
Mm-hmm.
compared to a PC or a smartphone, right? But there are
Mm-hmm.
certain challenges. Basically, there is still no unified standard, right? That's why the associations is here to create the conversations and try to come out with best practices, right? And also standards
Mm-hmm.
regarding cybersecurity, right? Hope that answered the
Or
question.
maybe we can also empower consumer on upgrading their knowledge on IoT
Yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
on
Yes,
cybersecurity.
yes. So basically, when you sign up for any apps, right, the app force you to put a password, right?
Yes, maybe
Right.
that's the reason
Again,
we need to
if
change
that some
password
if the app is
frequently.
not if not is badly written, then it might not have good
Mm-hmm.
security employed. So security should be the key, right? Because
Yes,
once
yes.
if consumer buy a IoT service solution, it gets hacked. That is the worst scenario, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I think that's the main threat or the main challenge that the consumers, not only the consumers but also the industrial, in the perspective from the IoT sector. All right. Thank you, Mr. Lai, for your response. But we have another question. Um, can can you address this question?
Yeah, sure, sure, sure.
All right, good. All right. The second question is from Mr. Zulhizam Dulaidi. All right. He is my best friend. So his question is, he is asking of your opinion. What do you think of Japan's transformation into Society 5.0 and the current Industrial Revolution 4.0? Okay, can you respond to that question?
Okay, so if the question is on Society 5.0, released by
Mm-hmm.
a blueprint released by the Japanese government, and Industry
Mm-hmm.
4.0, right? Not for Industrial Revolution, Industry 4.0, right? Which is released by the German
Okay.
government. I think both
Mm-hmm.
are very different in approach. So for the Industry 4.0, for Industry 4.0 by the German government, right? Germany is one of the most industrialized nation in the world, right?
All
So
right.
that's why they created Industry 4.0, because again they are like very advanced in robotics, right?
Mm-hmm.
In
True.
basically in IoT in a way, right? So IoT is looked as a superset of Industry 4.0, how they can leverage off data. So Industry 4.0 also talk about cyber physical systems, the merging of physical, virtual, right, concepts such as twin engine and so forth, right? Uh, Whereas Society 5.0 is talking more about still technology, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's talking about how technology affects society,
Mm-hmm.
right? How we leverage of technology. So for the Industry 4.0, let's focus on the humanity aspect. They talk about,
Mm-hmm.
in cases, robots replacing humans, right? Whereas
I
Society
see.
5.0 is talk about robot helping humans, right? So with
Mm-hmm.
a technology called exoskeleton, maybe an elderly person, maybe 60 years old, can still perform labor-intensive job by wearing this exoskeleton. So it augments
Mm-hmm.
the the performance of humans. A certain example, again, still science fiction, but I think it's becoming reality, is Iron Man. Iron Man
Mm,
don't have any
yes.
superpowers. They rely on exoskeleton, rely on
Yes.
IoT, AR, to become a superhero, right? That means with
Mm-hmm.
so 5.0, the emphasis is how society can adapt, right? For example, leaving many manual, very labor jobs to robots, right? But the
Mm-hmm.
human concentrate on other things that the robots or AI cannot do, right? And how to
Mm-hmm.
augment their capability, right? So
Mm-hmm.
basically, both are similar in concept, but the focus is different, right? And this form very more on
Mm-hmm.
machines, processes, right? How to leverage of it. For the Society 5.0 is the Japanese government is trying to mitigate robots, for example, robot replacing humans, how to leverage of
Mm-hmm.
technology, improve their lives, right? But my take is that one
Yes.
of the worrying factor is with technology, the gap, the digital divide is growing. The poor are becoming poorer,
Yes.
unfortunately.
A
The rich
social
are
issue.
becoming richer, right? And
Yes.
nowadays with technology like NFT, blockchain, cryptocurrency, I think the gap will be wider. Those who are not aware of such technology will be left behind, right? I think this is a very
Yeah.
concerning that we need to solve, right?
I agree. All right. So we can see that the change of trend is from the industrial based revolution to a more humanistic touch to IoT. Am I right?
I think technology
You're right.
will be there, right?
Okay.
Regardless you want to adopt it or not, it will keep on improving and growing. Is rather you find again ways to adopt and take advantage of this technology improvement, right? So you need to
I
understand,
agree.
adapt it, change the skill set. Obviously, change the skill set. You need to pick up like Python programming, C# programming, IoT programming, and things like that, right?
All
Otherwise, the
right.
future jobs will be not available to you, right?
Yes, yes. We need to be sensitive to the changes around us, right?
Yeah.
All right. So thank you very much, Mr. James Lai, for your prompt response, and we really like your enthusiasm during your presentation. Well done. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me again, right? If you have any questions, feel free to visit our website, go to our page. Our website is www.my-iot.org.
All right. Thank you for
Thank
the
you. Bye.
additional information, Mr. James Lai. Thank you. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to the end of the plenary session. Time passes by so fast. We hope that you have enjoyed and benefited from the plenary session presentations. On behalf of the organizer, I would like to thank everyone for your kind participation. A special thanks goes to all the speakers for your time, effort, and insights for this session. Okay, we would also like to apologize for any mishaps and technical hiccups that happened during the plenary session. A special thanks also goes to the technical team who have handled the session really, really well, and we hope that we will not encounter any problem in the upcoming sessions. As a last reminder, I would like to remind all of you to scan the QR code if you haven't done already for your attendance. Lastly, don't forget to join us tomorrow in the parallel sessions for more interesting discussions. We hope to see you there. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye-bye.